Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We are live outside of the Clara Shortridge Foltz Criminal Justice Center on Temple Street in Los Angeles, California. As people enter the courtroom for their business, today is the business of the Nick Reiner arraignment. All the world press are there. Looks like we're waiting for some attorney arrivals, but we're going to cut to this and get it going. Let's go.
The TMZ about the very latest in the Reiner case. Nick Reiner going to be arraigned tomorrow in the murder charges against him, where he's accused of killing his family. This is, of course, rocked Hollywood, and we are going to see the arraignment tomorrow and be bringing you full coverage here on Live Now from Fox. But we want to talk about the really the preview to this arraignment, get some other details and insights. So let's bring in our next guest to help break all of that down. A friend here of the program, Trey Lavelle, attorney and legal analyst. Great to have you on, Trey. Thanks again for joining us. So yes, tomorrow, the big arraignment. We know that Nick Reiner is now off suicide watch.
We got a lot for you
will
today.
Be part of this arraignment.
As usual.
Yes, and it's going to be very interesting. You know, people are anticipating, and it will probably be the case, that he'll plead not guilty by insanity, just to preserve that defense and potentially use it. So, you know, we know a little bit more since the arrest. But yes, tomorrow is going to be a very anticipated day and a very interesting day.
Now, tell us and our viewers here really the different layers when it comes to then trying a case when you are doing a not guilty with an insanity plea there.
Sure. So not guilty by reason of insanity is a complete defense to the crime. And basically you have to demonstrate that the defendant at the time that he committed or she committed the crime, that they did not understand the act that they were doing or did not understand that it was right or wrong. It's largely proven by experts, medical experts, psychiatrists who evaluate the defendant and provide testimony in court that at the time of the offense, the defendant, you know, either met one of those two requirements. They're tough to prove because the standard is high. But if you are successful in proving it, it can be a complete defense.
Yeah, so obviously the medical experts will definitely be weighing in here. What about the actual 911 call? How big will that be, not only for prosecution maybe, but for the defense as well, depending on what was said during that 911 call?
You know, it's going to be interesting because, you know, there's a number of facts that are really important. You know, did Nick Reiner allegedly commit these crimes right after that argument he had with his parents at the party at Conan O'Brien's house, where he may have been under heat of passion, which could be voluntary manslaughter type charge? Or did he wait some time till the next day and cooled off and was premeditated and planned it? You know, those are very important facts. You know, they completely, you know, can determine which offense he could be guilty of. You know, so we're going to get to know what that is. And that's going to also support what the defense is going to do in terms of how they're going to defend this case.
And what about some of the previous statements?
Some images of Rob and Michele Reiner.
His family talking about Nick Reiner. There's
hope everybody's having a great morning so far. How are you?
Was scared of his son. He would tell friends at parties that. How deep does that go in a case like this?
Evidence like that is crucial, showing the mental state of the defendant. You know, what was said before, the actions before, was he a physical threat before? Because that can be used to try to prove the offense. And, you know, the relationship with the family noticed, Was Nick on drugs? Was he diagnosed with any type of mental condition? What type of statements was he making to his parents? Were the parents in fear of their life? All this is very important in terms of
Reportedly
the mental
diagnosed with
state and the
schizophrenia
crime,
before taking the
that he's
life
going to be charged for.
of renowned director, producer, writer Rob Reiner and his wife Michele.
And how would a defense really try to tell a jury or a court that this wasn't a triggering moment for Nick Reiner? It wasn't something that maybe got him really upset at a party, and that's why he wanted to kill his parents, but more of an episode of huge mental decline. How do you kind of separate that and try to really display that in court?
Yeah, so there's two different things that the defense can use. One is the insanity defense, which basically, is a complete defense, and you need to demonstrate that Nick Reiner was insane, didn't understand what he was doing at the time of the crime. There's also another defense called diminished actual capacity. And what that means is at the time of the offense, he was either on drugs, was intoxicated, his mental state, was in a way that could have taken away the premeditation, could have taken away the intent to kill. Now, that's not a defense, an ultimate defense to the crime. What it does is it diminishes the mental state and can make a difference between first degree and second degree or murder, or first degree murder and manslaughter. So that goes more toward the specific crime. It's not a complete defense, but it is something that the defense is going to potentially consider and may use because of Nick's previous, and prior drug use.
Welcome back, everyone.
There's a lot of drug history reported, a lot of mental health history reported.
Nick Reiner is set to finally enter a plea to the charges he brutally murdered his parents, Rob and Michele Reiner. We're learning new details as Nick has now been in custody for 3 weeks. People reporting the 32-year-old is no longer on suicide watch. The correctional facility removing his suicide prevention smock he'd been required to wear at all times. He's facing 2 counts of first-degree murder. Prosecutors alleging last month he fatally stabbed his parents to death inside their Los Angeles home.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring against anyone.
Sources claim Saturday, December 13th, Nick Reiner and his father got into an argument at Conan O'Brien's holiday party. The next morning, authorities say he checked into this Santa Monica hotel after police allege he killed his parents with a knife. This footage shows his arrest near USC later that Sunday night. Reiner had been open about his longtime battle with drug addiction, previously estimating he's been to rehab at least 18 times. LAPD records show police have been called to the Reiner's house at least twice in the past. One call in 2019 was classified as a welfare check. Another, 7 months later, was labeled as mental health related. Last month, Reiner made his first court appearance since being charged, asking for more time to enter his plea.
Do you waive your right to a speedy arraignment?
Outside court, his attorney urged the public not to rush to judgment.
So we ask that during this process you allow the system to move forward in the way that it was designed, not with jumping to conclusions, but with restraint and with dignity.
This is his defense attorney, Alan Jackson.
That this system and this process deserves.
And looks like we are maybe getting his arrival. Let's see. There he is, Alan Jackson entering the courtroom live here on the ZDT channel. Alan Jackson now entering the courtroom. And we got it right here for you live.
All right, guys. Back up. It's over.
And as we just saw, Alan Jackson entering the courthouse for the Nick Reiner arraignment. And there's a Trump protester, as you can hear, screaming. But let's just go back a little bit. It went right from, let me just show you how quickly it changes down there with the Press. Everybody's calm. Is he here? Oh boy. Okay, now we can see the motion right here. Look at what's happening. All of the movement. This is press from around the world. And the press pool is corralled in this area. And here he comes again. Alan Jackson, defense attorney, entering the court. Well, we knew we would see this one. Alan, who is paying for Nick's defense? He ain't answering. Let it cook.
All right, guys. It's over.
Let the dummies in the chat who are completely off topic anyway. No, great. It's not what your mom said. Let it cook. So now they are going to be waiting out here. The correspondents will report what they saw inside the courtroom. Well, there's always going to be a hot dog guy. You know. You got to have the hot dog guy. And this is the Clara Shortridge Foltz Criminal Justice Center. That is on Temple Street in downtown Los Angeles, DTLA, they say. So that was the entrance of Alan Jackson. We're going to get back to it. And going to give you some history of this story.
And it's possible that Nick Reiner's attorney asked for that delayed arraignment to have further psychiatric evaluations done, potentially for an insanity defense or to determine if Nick Reiner is even fit to stand trial. If he were to be convicted of these two charges, in theory, he could face the death penalty, guys.
Okay, Trevor, thanks very much.
And absolutely on the table, him looking at the ultimate penalty. We're going to move on to something from a little while back so you can sort of catch up.
News from overnight. TMZ reporting Rob Reiner and his wife, they were found dead inside of their Brentwood home.
And now a murder investigation is underway. Police say they initially began this investigation, which later developed into a murder case, saying the victims were stabbed. Reiner, 78 years old, is best known for his role on All in the Family and for directing films like Stand By Me, The Princess Bride, and A Few Good Men.
Princess Bride, that was a great one. Spinal Tap. So now let's hit off here and get some more of the background in for you.
Breaking overnight, police are investigating now the shocking deaths of legendary director Rob Reiner and his wife,
This is where it all
Michele,
began.
found dead in their Los Angeles home yesterday. The couple was killed in what authorities are calling apparent homicides. In a late-night press conference, the LAPD, though, said they are not currently searching for anyone as a suspect, saying at that point they were still seeking a search warrant to carry out a full crime scene investigation there. CNN's Stephanie Elam has the very latest. She is near the home in Los Angeles and joins us now. Stephanie, what are you hearing?
Kate, obviously we're looking for so many more
this
answers.
is the night of those homicides. This was at 4:16 a.m.
Many questions that people have here, and obviously we're not getting them as quickly as people would like. We can see back here behind me, we've got police lights, and down there we can see the investigation where those clear lights are down there in the distance, those white lights. All of this happening here in this tight-knit community of Brentwood, and just a seismic loss, not just for Hollywood, but also for a lot of people outside of this industry as well, when you look at how much the Reiners have contributed to what has produced here in California. California and in the country. So lots of questions on what has happened here. What we do know, as we heard from the LAPD Deputy Chief Alan Hamilton, is that there are still more steps before we get more answers. Take a listen.
Chief, why are you not exactly looking for a suspect?
And this was a bit of a mess. This was the press conference after these homicides. Deputy Chief Alan Hamilton.
We have not identified a suspect at this time.
Well, then shouldn't you be looking for one so these neighbors aren't worried about their own lives and their own safety?
Yeah, so at this time, after we determine, so I need everyone to understand something. In order to comply with the legal process, before we do anything here, we have to get a search warrant because there are issues regarding standing at this residence. So as long as those legal requirements are met, we can continue the investigation.
That was a bad one.
And then keep in mind that it is just after 4 o'clock in the morning here in Los Angeles, so still going to take some time since we were in the overnight, but we do know that the first call came in the afternoon, local time yesterday, about this loss, and we are seeing more and more people come out and speaking about this. But obviously this entire community and the industry as whole are shaken today by this news. Kate?
Yeah, and just talk about that reaction that has been coming in. I mean, just shocking is often an overused word, and this is absolutely a shock.
Yeah, titan of industry is often an overused term, but it really does apply here.
Sure does.
I mean, you're talking about a man who shot to fame because of being an actor on All in the Family, who went on thinking he was going to be single and then ended up meeting Michele Singer, and they got married and were together for over 30 years, both of them working together and having their own projects. And so many of Rob Reiner's movies
They forgot about Penny.
You know, you think of Princess Bride, you can think of lines from that, you can think of All in the Men, you can think of the way people remember his movies, and you're seeing that play out in who we've heard from today. I mean, we've heard from the governor of California, Governor Gavin Newsom, saying he is heartbroken. That's the same word that we heard Barack Obama use as well. We've heard from Kamala Harris and others who are reaching out now to let people know just how huge of a loss this is.
Reiner's family confirmed to CNN that Reiner and his wife, Michele Singer Reiner, were both found dead. Detectives are investigating an apparent homicide at their home after finding 2 bodies there. The LAPD have not officially released the identities of the victims.
We have not identified a suspect at this time. We're going to try and speak to every family member that we can to get to the facts of this investigation.
Reiner's career.
I mean, you can see in hindsight why he said that. It just was not said well. You know, as far as that LAPD press briefing, that did not go well at all. That was terrible.
Career in Hollywood stretched decades. He was a prolific director with titles including This Is Spinal Tap, Stand By Me, The Princess Bride, When Harry Met Sally, and A Few Good Men. CNN entertainment reporter Lisa Respers France joins me now. Lisa, it's fair to say this is an absolute shock nationally, but as well as for the Hollywood community. Can you talk about what you've been hearing overnight?
Yeah, what we've been hearing is people are devastated, as you said, shocked, cannot believe it. The word that I think is most going to be used when it comes to Rob Reiner is range. He had such an incredible range. He worked with so many people. Christopher Guest and his wife, Jamie Lee Curtis. Christopher Guest, of course, was in This Is Spinal Tap. They released a statement expressing their condolences and their shock. People are just mourning him greatly because he was so beloved, so well known. One of my friends said he's got to be the most popular Nepo baby ever because he went above and beyond what people expected of him. He continued to act, by the way. You know, he was just in season 4 of The Bear. He's in the sequel to Spinal Tap 2, which just came out. But he really, really loved making movies, and just looking at that list of films, just banger after banger after banger. Just people loved what he produced.
$20,000 worth of sides
story with his wife because they met on the set of When Harry Met Sally, and he said said, Audie, that he changed the ending of the movie and made it more hopeful and romantic, because initially they were not supposed to be a couple, but after he met her, it sounded like it was love at first sight for him. And I mean, he was inspired to change the ending to that beloved movie. And so we know how they were partners, not just in marriage, but also in business together. They worked very closely together, and people just cannot believe this is a tremendous, tremendous loss for Hollywood and for the world, Audie.
Yeah, she had been a photographer.
8:37 now. I think there's going to be some time in there. They might want to put this one through pretty quickly this morning. Usually those courts don't get started until about 9, but I think they're going to want to move this one.
When
Get everybody
they did
away from
meet
the
after
courthouse.
that, they worked on many projects together later on. He
Welcome,
also
everybody.
had
Come in,
praised
come
his
in.
wife in the past, even because of some of his
We
politics.
are live
He is
in Los
very
Angeles.
well known in political circles, especially among Democrats. I think the governor,
With
Gavin
breaking
Newsom,
news, the
actually
Nick Reiner arraignment today.
released a statement saying Rob was a passionate advocate for children and for civil rights, taking on big tobacco, to fighting for marriage equality, to serving as a powerful voice in early education. Can you talk about her and their partnership in activism?
Yes, they both were very passionate
not
about
my
people, and
audio.
especially the disenfranchised. And we see with Nancy Pelosi coming out and calling them dear friends and talking about their passion for others.
Obviously, this
President
day is the
Obama
result
released a
of
statement.
a tragic double homicide.
So they were extremely well known in political circles, but also because they really stood up for others. They believed in helping people that they felt were not getting a fair shot, not getting a fair chance. And they were both equally passionate, as I said, about doing that type of work and being outspoken about it. Neither one of them were shrinking violets when it came to their beliefs. And so they're being hailed not just for the work that they did, but also for the compassion that they led with in their lives.
You know, Lisa, these are people, as we said, they were still active, they were still working, they were still making projects. What are people out there talking about, you know, not their legacy, but even their active work in Hollywood?
Yeah, they're talking about what projects we will never get from them. You know, what they were, you know, there was a lot of conversation about the Spaceballs sequel and about Rob Reiner being involved in that. And people just are now saying they had so much gas left in the tank. You know, they just were both
That's
so
a good
incredibly
point. Nikki Finn says the writer's attorney will probably waive arraignment. I think they already have waived their right to the speedy trial, but waiving the arraignment is a possibility.
creative, and people are now saying there are movies that we will never get, that won't be produced, won't be directed by the couple, because they're no longer with us. And so there's just a great deal of sadness in Hollywood and among fans, but especially among people who knew them and loved them and worked with them. And so, you know, their legacy stands, but it's a legacy that, even though, you know, they had been in Hollywood for decades, still feels like it was cut short, Audie.
We're going to be hearing more out.
And definitely cut short. We are going to jump to just outside the courthouse earlier.
I brought my smoke machine. There's like everyone from the media here. Here's Lindsay.
Hello, all.
TMZ PA here to help.
Awesome.
We got a few TMZ people here to go over the court case today, because we should get a plea.
Live this morning from
This is arraignment. We should get like everyone's kind of expecting him to plead not
Los Angeles courthouse.
guilty by reason of insanity, but we'll see. Alan Jackson is going to arrive soon. He's going to get out of a car right here and go through here, and people like Lindsay are going to run over to him and try to ask him a question, and like as he goes into the courthouse.
Right.
But yeah, it's kind of like, you know, it's chaotic, but it's kind of like, you know, it's cool to be here and experience such a huge court case. It's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, so just to catch everybody up, today is the formal arraignment of Nick Reiner, the son of legendary director Rob Reiner and photographer Michele Singer Reiner. He's been charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder with special circumstances of multiple murders. And what that means is that he could possibly face the death penalty. Now, that's the big question here, whether or not that is going to be in play, because just like you said, he is possibly going to plead guilty or plead not guilty by reason of insanity. Now, tell us, Charlie, you're at the courthouse right now, about an hour and a half out from this beginning. You said Alan Jackson, Nick Reiner's lawyer, is arriving soon, not far from you.
We already caught the arrival of
right now?
the
Is
attorney,
it
Alan
hectic? What's
Jackson.
going on?
Yeah, I mean, it's as busy as I've seen it here. This is like the biggest sort of true crime in the country right now, so everyone's glued to it. And yeah, we're all expecting him to put in that not guilty plea by reason of insanity. But what we kind of expect is that this isn't sort of like a who done it. It's like a why done it.
Everybody put a 1 in the chat if you think he's going to plead guilty by reason of insanity. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't think he's going to. 1 for insanity plea, 2 for no.
And what Alan Jackson, who's like,
well,
is he the most famous lawyer in the country right now because of the Karen Reed? He represented Kevin Spacey.
Right.
And now he's on the Nick Reiner. So he'll be here any second. And he's basically going to have to prove that when Nick Reiner, if Nick Reiner committed these acts, why? And in what mental state? And what was his sort of intention? Was he in his right mind? Did he know what he was doing was wrong?
Speaking of right mind, going to a hotel room and cleaning yourself up and leaving a lot of blood everywhere shows a presence of mind, in my opinion.
Because if Alan Jackson can prove that
I think that's going to be
because of drugs or because of his mental health, he actually...
Good morning, everybody.
He didn't know where he was.
Afternoon.
He didn't know what he was doing.
Right.
If he can prove that, then that'll be very helpful
Wherever you are.
in his defense. But obviously what the prosecutors are trying to prove is that this was, potentially premeditated. That as we stand here today, we don't know, did Nick Reiner, did he kill his parents right after an argument at Conan O'Brien's holiday party?
Right.
Or
just the day before?
Did he kind of go home or go to the hotel, check in, think about it, return to the family home where he had been living to kill his parents? If so, that's like, you can still say, by reason of insanity, but for that amount of time, it's harder to prove because you have got time to sort of think on it and come down. And so this is all going to play out over the next, I don't even know if this will go to trial this year. Like, this is going to be a hectic sort of discovery phase.
Well, that's the thing, is that discovery could halt this trial for essentially freezing it for months and months right now. So once he goes in there and he makes that plea not guilty by reason of insanity, Alan Jackson could very well cause this to be frozen for months and months. Now, for me, looking at this trial, it's not just a murder trial, it's a psychiatric evaluation. And I want to talk about that moment of him going to the hotel very early on Sunday morning. That's my moment, because why did he go to the hotel? Because in my mind, I'm thinking he knew he did something wrong, and that's why he knew he had to get out of there as soon as possible.
You go.
If he had thought he did nothing wrong, wouldn't he have just gone to bed that night at the home?
I can understand sort of like your theory on that.
Thank you, everybody, for being here.
Except for the fact that when he checked into the hotel, hotel staff have reported they didn't see, any blood on him. They didn't see that he was. They said that he seemed sort of strung out a bit, tweaked, I think maybe was the word used.
I think he had the clothes in the backpack.
But they didn't see any blood on him. Now, we do know that blood was found in the hotel rooms. So that's what leads me to speculate that maybe he checked in and then went back. And if so, I do think it's harder to prove, like, by reason of insanity, because it becomes less of a crime of passion then, you know what I mean? Like someone acting in the moment. And also with these, it's impossible to sound delicate when you talk about this, but with stabbings like this, it's not like an easy murder. He has to, there's been reports that maybe he slit their throats too, but for two people to have them die from stab, wounds, that takes a lot of effort, takes quite a lot of time.
Multiple
so
steps.
it's not like, you got really, something happened, how man? it's not like you got really angry in the moment and like you just fired a gun and you're like, oh, what did I do? Or something like that. It's like, it's a lot of time. And so that's what the prosecutors, that's what the case that they're going to be building. As we stand here, we don't know everything that happened with the actual murders, like what happened in that house on that day. All of these facts will come
I believe a lot of the records were sealed as well.
Light, but today's really the day of seeing where Nick Reiner stands, what he's going to plead.
Well, Nick Reiner.
Let's just jump back. Speaking of Rick Reiner and his Nick Reiner and his father Rob, we're going to go back to a 2016 interview right here.
You don't seem very fiery to me. You seem like you might just...
I get crazy.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
You don't want to set me off.
Yeah. Were you ever worried that that Nick could shine poorly on your career or something like that?
No. That never crossed my mind. I mean, you know, he's my son. I love him. It doesn't matter. He's more important than anything that could happen to me.
Charlie, why don't you tell us what you want to thank God for? 6 months of sobriety? Nothing you want to say?
Do I smell like weed? No. I think I smell like weed. Is most of the movie parallel to your life, or almost all of it?
We took from our lives, but it's a fiction. I mean, Nick can tell you because he went through all of this, and I think you took from a lot of different people, didn't you?
And this is
from my own experiences,
being
and from
Charlie,
also seeing other people going through it, and also
that
the
Nick
varying
wrote
establishments that
along
I
with
was
his
in.
father.
You really get a sense for that whole world. So it's not like copy and pasted, but it's definitely derivative of reality. Sort of like a 4-year process. Like first we started out with this like slapsticky half-hour comedy pilot that was horrendous, bad jokes and everything. And he looked at it and was like, eh. And then
I just felt he could go deeper. He could go deeper with it. I mean, it was funny, but I felt the subject matter, should allow him to go deeper with it.
Yeah, well, that wasn't said at the time. It was sort of just like, hey, this is trash. But anyways, we went along, and 4 years went by, and then I met up with Matt for a bagel in New York City, and we were like, what about that old script that we were, maybe there was some good stuff in there. And we went in and we looked at one page, and we were like, this is terrible. And then, I just sort of wrote a new pilot, then got around to him saying, would you like to make a movie out of this? And we were like, we don't know how to do that. And then we just tried to do it.
Was it cathartic in a way to revisit the journey?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean, we went through a lot. I mean, we didn't do it to be cathartic, but it turned out that that's what happened. I mean, it forced me to understand a lot more of what Nick was going through, and I think it forced him to see what I was going through.
Make sure you hit that like button,
brought us
guys,
closer
subscribe
together.
and share.
And during the process
also, if you hit that save banner, I'd appreciate that.
Working on the film, it took about a year just working on the script. The first draft they wrote was like 190 pages. They had thrown everything in that they had gone through.
Manifesto.
Yeah, and as we shaped it and changed it, the whole process was
Welcome, everybody.
brought us closer together because we started understanding each other a little bit better.
I'm not going to listen to you tell me what a drug addict I am.
Tough, Dan.
Careful, I'm one of your constituents now. You wouldn't want to lose the governor's race by 1 vote.
You can either head back to treatment or live on the streets. It's your choice.
I can't tell exactly what got me into them besides the fact that I thought they were really cool and I just wanted to do them. But I think I heard this question a lot, and I think the only answer I can give for wanting to tell a story like this is that it's even more powerful to tell it about someone who is going through this and they're given everything and they're in an opulent situation and they're still deciding to go to the drugs. And that's more powerful than some, in our opinion. It's the only story that we know. We don't know any other story besides that.
And I think, it cuts across socioeconomic boundaries. I mean, if you look what's going on now with the heroin epidemic around the country, it's invading white middle-class suburban neighborhoods. So it doesn't really it crosses all economic boundaries, and difficulties that you have are not relegated to only people who are unprivileged.
How bad did it get at home between the two of you?
It's reflected in the movie where the father character talks about how, you know, he didn't know what to do, so he listened to anybody who had a desk and a diploma to do exactly what you're talking about. But the truth of the matter is, you have to be who you are. And I made mistakes in that I didn't go with my gut instinct and the feel. And I know Nick better than, you know, some expert who's never met him. And I think had I listened to my own instincts, I would have done a lot better by Nick. But, you know, you do what you do. You're a parent and you think, here's my kid running out into the streets, going to get hit by a truck, or you want to keep them safe. So you do what they tell you. You feel you're at their mercy. But what I feel after all of this is it's not about punishing. If somebody has, you know, is struggling and has difficulties, you don't punish them for that. And I think a lot of these programs feel like, the kid is being punished. And I don't think that's a great way to go. I mean, how do you...
And we're going to just jump right over here to the view at the courthouse live. This is live. I am also live from Los Angeles. Welcome, everybody. Greetings. And we have a view here. Looks like the Alan Jackson entourage that has just arrived to the courthouse. The international press. And this is today in downtown Los Angeles. Nick Reiner, who is, well, there's the Trump protester. He's a hoot, this guy. The son of legendary director Rob Reiner and producer Michele Singer Reiner. He is set to stand before the judge, formerly charged with murdering his own parents. And prosecutors say the couple were found brutally stabbed inside their Brentwood home. And this arraignment is the moment that those allegations become very real in front of cameras, in front of the entire world. So in this stream, we're breaking down exactly what's going to happen in that courtroom. What could Nick plead? Is he going to plead guilty by reason of insanity or not guilty by reason of insanity? What will his plea be today? Thank you. Keep watching. And this hearing will set the tone for the most shocking Hollywood true crime case in decades. So hit the subscribe and drop where you're watching from in the chat. I'd like to know where everybody is as we get into this today. And we have been doing a quick recap of the case here. And we will be getting back to that live shot because there are going to be people exiting the court, making comments, reporting on what they saw inside the courthouse. It is now 8:55 LA time. And this was from earlier outside the courthouse. We're going to jump
Reiner,
back
he's
to this.
currently being held at the Twin Towers Detention Center in downtown Los Angeles. And looking at this, I want to ask your opinion on this, Charlie. What do you think?
No, we like the haters.
Do you think that they are going to send him back to a jail cell after this? If he
They're not haters, they're fans.
does plead not guilty by reason of insanity, does that allow him to be put in some type of special care instead? Could he possibly not go back to a jail cell today after this?
UK in the house.
No, I think that's where he'll be returning. I mean, if he gets found not guilty by reason of insanity, then maybe, yeah, they'll send him to some place where his mental health can be looked after, you know, as well as him not being free to roam about the public, but they'd prioritize his mental health over punishment, say. But as we today, we're not there. He hasn't been found not guilty. He's charged with these things. So he will return to the jail, but this time without his suicide smock, which he has been required to wear for the past, well, for 2 weeks now. He's been required to wear it. And as is the law, if you don't try to harm yourself or show signs
everybody.
that you want to, for 2 weeks wearing this suicide smock, then they take it off. So,
but they're still
in
keeping
fact,
him in high observation housing.
Yeah.
Guards are still
Yeah.
keeping big eyes on him until a judge rules otherwise. But that's really interesting to me that they take your suicide smock away after 2 weeks. Now, if I was suicidal, and a lot of people might know that, wouldn't you just wait the 2 week period? I feel like that's kind of a risk.
Yeah, I was surprised. I hadn't, like, you know, I might be here at the courthouse, but I'm no legal expert. Yeah, I do celebrity news. But I was confused too that, like, 2 weeks, it's cool to take it off then. I don't know. Like, in fact, I thought that if he is going to plead not guilty by reason of insanity, why take it off at all? Leave it on, you know. That could be a helpful in the defense, but we'll see, because I'll be in the courthouse. I'm going to go up there. Oh my God, this building's so tall. I'm going to take this off here.
Yes.
I'm going to go
Charlie,
up here.
walk us around. Show us around.
Should I walk you around? Should I give you a bit of a tour?
If anybody
we're
just
going to get a little bit of a tour outside the courthouse.
Charlie Cotton, our host of the TMZ podcast, he's on location at the courthouse of Nick Reiner's arraignment, which starts in about an hour. And he says that it's possible Alan Jackson, Nick Reiner's lawyer, may arrive where he is currently standing.
From a little while back, it's not going to be an hour.
It's a hectic scene.
Yeah.
Lots of reporters.
Any second now, we'll see Alan Jackson come
Well,
down one of these
point of
gates.
him going to the hotel room and all the blood being left in the hotel room. Did he have those bloody clothes in his backpack? Was he trying to wash them?
But do you have your questions prepped, Charlie? Do you have questions prepped for that, just in case?
Yeah, I got some questions prepped. You know, what's Nick Reiner's mental state right now? We don't know. We don't know how he is right now. We know that he was pretty obviously messed up at the time, but like right now, how's he doing? He's taking off the suicide smock. Maybe he's doing okay. We'll get to see him at one of these rooms up here in about an hour.
I can tell you right now, Nick Reiner is not doing okay.
I don't think last time cameras weren't allowed to film Nick. I'm not sure if today they'll be allowed to film Nick. Probably not. Depends what the judge allows. But I'll just walk you through, like, there's just so much media here. It's kind of interesting just to be part of one of these big court cases. Here's Lindsay, TMZ PA, here to help us out.
Awesome.
Oh, here's my colleague. Oh, there's a protester here, which is kind of annoying.
Oh, there's protesters in
An
LA.
annoying protester, you don't say. Really?
Hey, really?
It's a Trump protester. He's a Trump protester. Here's my colleague Jake Munoz.
Hello, Jake. One of
Jake
TMZ's
is the
finest.
he's setting up for the press conference right now.
Got you.
I don't want to give this protest any more like air, but I'll just walk through the end of this.
TMZ, the movie zebra.
What's up, man?
What's going on, man?
So here we go. This is where we'll walk in.
You guys are cool, okay? I will not interfere with you guys.
Hey, thank you, man. Wow, he likes
Some
TMZ.
TMZ fans out there at the courthouse.
This is where he's gonna walk in.
Okay.
Trump wants your. Oh, I'm not gonna read the end of it.
Is this the protester? Yes.
So yeah, here we are. We're down. It's downtown Los Angeles. This is also the place where the David court case is going to happen on a different floor.
Wow.
So this is where all the stuff happens. The big stuff happens legally here in LA.
A tour of
It's going to be so interesting though, because this court case may go on, as I said, for a long time.
Clara
and
Shortridge Fultz Criminal Justice Center. That is a mouthful.
People are just fascinated. People are fascinated with this. They think, you know, what would Rob and Michele want?
210 West Temple Street, downtown Los Angeles.
What would Rob and Michele want out of this? I don't think they'd want their son to
Well, that's
face
why
the death
many
penalty.
people think that there should be cameras inside of the courtroom, because that alone will give the public some insight into and be able to give some
you'll see it on
level
the
of
sign, I
support
think.
or not, because we know Rob Reiner, how loving of a person he was. And one thing that's really interesting that supports him not getting the death penalty is the fact that the last person that Michele Reiner spoke to was actually a death row inmate. And they had been exchanging emails. We just reported on this, and this email from her actually.
Jump to that
so, guys,
Alexa's going to be in the courthouse.
Alexa's
Alexa's going to be up there in the courthouse today.
To everybody listening, please tell us what's it like at the courthouse right now. Again, Charlie Cotton, Alexa, they are both at the courthouse for Nick Reiner's arraignment. Starts in about an hour. Tell us what are you
expecting today? Alexa, tell us what you're expecting today.
Yeah, blow it. You're way taller than me.
Sorry, you go.
I don't really know what to expect. I think we are expecting a plea of some sort. Of course, we've previously reported that there's potential that Nick might plead insanity. So I guess we'll just have to kind of see how that happens. I'm not expecting the cameras being able to film him. So I'm looking forward to be able to see, his reaction, his mannerism.
Not so questioning. If he's going to, is there going to be an arraignment?
And yeah, definitely catch it on TMZ to see what that's like. So I guess we'll see. We've got a lot
more effort in the court now.
A lot
more than last
time. No, this was from earlier, so it's not going to be an hour. But thank you.
So,
well, I mean, this is an earthquake in Hollywood. I mean, just a few days ago on the Critics' Choice Awards, Chelsea Handler gave a shout out to the Reiners after this horrendous occasion. So, what I wonder is whether or not Nick Reiner's family, Jake and Rami, his siblings, are also going to be at this arraignment today.
Totally, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. Definitely keeping my eye out. I don't know if they're gonna show up. They obviously weren't at the other ones, but this one is clearly a little bit more certain. So I don't know. It'll definitely be interesting.
And this may be the only
Alexa.
The only actual. What's the word? Hearing we're going to have for months, possibly, because, like we just said, it's going to be frozen for some time if he does plead insanity and gets their way.
If he's going to,
for sure.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna find out a lot of the details that we don't know. A lot of the how, what, where. That's all going to come out. Are we expecting that today or not today?
No, I think today is just going to be a plea, and then if it goes to jury, then that'll be when more of like the evidence and stuff comes out. But yeah, for now it'll just be his plea, which is no context, guilty or not guilty. So,
all right.
Okay, let's jump over here.
1-2 live now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again.
This is from the Nick being released from Unalive Watch.
Us continuing to bring you some of the day's biggest top stories and headlines. And this next story that we're going to talk about, of course, we brought you a lot of the coverage when it first happened with the death of Rob Reiner and his wife. And then starting tomorrow, we will have big coverage on the arraignment for Nick Reiner, the son accused of killing his parents. We have that update plus some others revolving around the Reiners. So we want to bring in our next guest to help break it all down, our friends over at TMZ. Branson Quirky, thanks so much for being with us. And yeah, a lot of developments here in the Reiners right now, especially with his son, Nick, for the arraignment tomorrow.
Right, exactly. That arraignment does begin at 8:30 a.m. Pacific time here in Los Angeles, and there's a lot riding up into that. We've heard a lot of new developments. Alan Jackson, his lawyer, has been quiet. There hasn't been too much talk from him. We did have video of him outside of the courthouse recently, just surrounded by a dozen reporters, and he was very, in a sense, in a way where he did not say too much to the camera, but he did say that this is a very sensitive case. It's very complex, and it's very, very serious. And as we have been reporting extensively, Nick Reiner has been on suicide watch ever since he was in the Men's Central Jail. He is now in the Twin Towers Correctional Facility in downtown Los Angeles, and People was first to report this, but he is now no longer, as of today, no longer on suicide watch. He was wearing that suicide prevention smock, which prevents
where they
inmates.
do have the mental health area of the LA County Jail.
From hanging themselves, essentially, but now he is no longer required to wear that because when an inmate is wearing that, they only have to wear it for about 2 weeks. If they do not try to kill themselves within that 2-week period, they were able to take that off. So ahead of this arraignment tomorrow, there's a lot riding into this, but right now we know that he will not be wearing that prevention smock.
And it's so interesting. And what is these new details that are coming out of the letters, these pen pal letters that the Reiners would be receiving from a man who was at one time on death row?
Right. Well, this is really interesting. Michele and Rob, they had actually been essentially pen pals with a death row inmate for some time, someone that went all the way back to being in jail since they were 17 for a murder that they claimed that they did not commit and claimed that they were innocent. Now, Michele went and actually watched a film that surrounds this person's life behind bars called, I don't have the exact name of that film right now, but she really enjoyed this film. And she wanted to reach out to them and with an email and again wrote another email as they had been writing to each other for some time now. And this email, we've learned, did not even come until days after the murders of Rob and Michele. And we learned as well that this inmate had been just looking through their state iPads.
And we are on court watch here, as we can see outside of the Los Angeles courtroom. They have already set up the microphones for statements from attorneys, defense, prosecution, journalists inside the courthouse. Let's jump back to 2016 again from this very telling interview between Nick Reiner and his father, Rob.
How do you feel about it, Nick?
About what part of it?
About what I was just saying about the idea of you know, the tough love and all of that stuff.
You know, I'm here, so it worked.
It was never about the drugs. All I ever wanted was a way to kill the noise.
Getting sober is a selfish thing. You gotta help yourself first.
For everyone, it's different. For me, the noise was basically, you know, living in the family that I live in and catching heat for that sort of stuff. And also just...
For being a Reiner?
I guess. I mean, people would like to think that's a real bigger deal than it actually is, but it's really like I was an emotional kid who had problems and I just was not so fond of myself. So I kind of, you know, had problems in that way. But in terms of the thing you were saying before, it's like, I think that our relationship was not as it was portrayed in the film. Like there were this sort of like holding the line and being tough, but like we didn't ever argue like quite like that. I mean, we did, I guess, to a degree, but it was never.
He was fiery. You don't seem very fiery to me. You seem like you might just...
I get crazy.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
You don't want to set me off.
No, some big blow-ups there.
No, we both can get pretty...
You don't roll easily either.
No, we can both get pretty hot, and there were times when we did get hot. But
you weren't like cold like that. He was very loving and compassionate. I just think that he didn't really know what to do.
What about Mom?
I didn't go to either of them because neither of them believed a word I said, but it was sort of like comforting to talk to her because she was a little bit more in touch with her emotions and how she felt about it. And he was sort of trying to, you know, follow orders, I guess.
You went to, how many times did you go to rehab? You said, is it 18 times?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
But it had to come from you, so what was rock bottom?
There wasn't one. It's all rock bottom. It all sucked.
When did you, what made you finally make it not a 19th?
I got Cinderella asked in the chat, are any of Nick's family there? I do not know. We did not see them arrive. I believe that the cameras would have gotten them arriving.
I mean, it's hard to believe that you wouldn't get sick after 5 of them, but I mean, after 18, I was like, okay, I'm pretty bored of this. It wasn't like I want to go back to rehab. I was like, I'm sick of this.
Oof. I mean, you know,
cycle. This using drugs, it being so temporary, the fix, then going back into a place for months on end, then getting out and just, you know, rinse, wash, repeat.
This being my life.
Yeah.
Do you believe, and they'll tell you, you're gonna die if you continue on this way? Do you think you would die, or did you still feel invincible?
No, I mean, of course, there's that level of feeling that way, but I was, you know, the rate I was going was probably not great. Gonna end up great.
Did you feel like, did you ever get close?
Yeah. Sure.
How do you manage it now? Do you go to AA meetings regularly? And
I found that those weren't as helpful for me as things like staying active and like, you know, replacing like not just, replacing the activity that you were doing before with stuff that's healthier, like working out.
And that's if he's going to claim insane, wouldn't you think if he was that insane, he would have taken his life along with his parents if he wasn't right in his mind at the time? Hard to say.
As well as like,
I mean, his
good,
flight and the,
support group,
cleaning up
friends.
the,
I have
possibly
that,
the
which
clothes
is lucky, and not
in the
everybody
hotel.
has that. And I have supportive parents.
And you also found work that you like. I mean, you found his writing, and that's something that, he likes to do, and he works with his friends doing that, so.
Can you be in a room now where people are drinking or...
And there are some family photos here. Very sad. There's Romy and Jake.
Smoking pot or something, or do you...
And obviously Nick not looking too great there.
Avoid those situations?
No, I want to be there when they're doing that, because I don't want to feel alienated like I'm some, special case, or I don't want to feel any different or alienated. I just want to be part of the crew again, and just not do that other stuff.
Nick, what do you do when that little voice comes in?
And there is the more recent image. Night and day. I mean, that is just night and day when you look at that. Night and day between the two, right? Wow.
And says, let's do something. Let's use or something. How do you get over that?
I just replay what's happened every single time when I decide to give into that voice, and it's never been good. So it's just
give into that voice.
It's like if I look at it from like a mathematical standpoint, the statistics are like 0 for it going well. So
yeah.
Were you ever worried that that Nick could shine poorly on your career or something like that?
No. That never crossed my mind. I mean, he's my son. I love him. It doesn't matter. That he's more important than anything that could happen to me. I care more about him.
You could just hide them. Nobody gets to take my name, my nomenclature, and come in here. Forget about it.
And again, Jake and Romy and my family, they're the most important. So that doesn't factor in.
What is your advice, Rob, to parents who might
already
be
hidden
in this situation with a
rules
kid that's struggling?
I think listen to your kids. Go, try to spend as much time you can with your kids. Try to understand your kids, and don't punish them, because, this is my opinion. In my opinion, the reason they're taking, whether it's drugs or alcohol or gambling, whatever they're doing it because there's a pain. There's something inside they don't feel good. They don't feel good about themselves, and they're self-medicating. So
that's an endless abyss that requires substances to quiet. As Nick Reiner earlier said, quiet the noise.
To try to understand why it is they're not feeling good. Kids that don't use drugs at all, just going through teenage years, is difficult. So you have to just stay with them and try to understand as best you can. And whatever you do, don't be punitive, because I don't think that helps at all.
What worked for you that mom and dad did, and what didn't?
Everything. What worked is when they kind of were like, you know what, they turned their back and they're like, you got to figure it out for yourself. You're an adult now, this is getting old, sort of, not like we don't care, but just I don't know.
Nick, if Dad said from the very beginning, God, I love you, I'm so
interview from 2016.
It seems to be in terrible pain.
We are on court watch.
I hope you work it out. No, I always love you. And do you think you would have, instead of
Live from Los Angeles,
been a shorter journey?
Hello,
no. 18 rehabs, you might have gotten there quicker, or no?
I think it needed to happen the way it happened. I was a real nutcase. I was crazy, and I just it was more than drugs. It's really always about more than that, and I needed a lot of that sort of discipline. It's life. Life goes on. Life happens. Things flare up.
Life. Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, the movie doesn't. It's not happily ever after the movie, but it is hopeful.
See how Rob's arms are folded.
That
and his leg, the leg that he has up over his knee is away. There's a lot in his body language right there.
That Charlie's moving in a good direction. That the father is starting to understand Charlie a little bit better. And I think it's like Nick says, it's a process. It goes on, and you live your life.
Well, at least you try in this case. So we're going to jump over to Brian Enton. He's going to talk about the sealing of the court records. If you have not seen Brian, subscribe to my other channel. Subscribe on this one. Make sure, just like I did, you are subscribed to Brian Enton, doing a great job. So let's hear what he says about, and you can see Reiner death record sealed, why, and Nick Reiner could be found incompetent. I like this guy.
Show. I really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. I'm on the move right now. I'm actually on my way to Los Angeles. Nick Reiner is going to have his arraignment coming up this week in LA. Nick Reiner, of course, is accused of killing his famous parents, Rob Reiner and Michele Reiner.
Don't start that red shoe shit. Come on. I mean, unless you really have to.
Terrible story. But there's some new developments that I'm going to dig into in this episode. First of all, LAPD has sealed the death reports, which is very unusual from what I'm told. So they are not making the death reports, the specifics of the autopsy reports public, which I'm told they usually do. And I'm digging into why that might be the case. Also, there's been so much talk about an insanity defense. But there hasn't been a lot of talk about competency, and it is possible that Nick Reiner's defense could try to prove that he is not competent to stand trial, which would have a huge impact on things, and that competency argument could actually start this week. So I'm going to dig into that and a lot more about...
And again, when we were speaking about competency, presence of mind, going to a hotel, cleaning up clothes, right? Leaving blood evidence.
Everything we can expect with this court hearing coming up and the latest on the Nick Reiner investigation in this episode of Brian Enton Investigates. I'm joined now by Ambrosio Rodriguez, a defense attorney in Los Angeles, former prosecutor. It's good to see you again, Ambrosio. Happy New Year. I'm so glad we have you to talk to because you're in California, you understand the law. I wanted to first ask you about...
and right now we are waiting, as you can see, outside of a downtown Los Angeles courthouse. They are waiting for comments, and we will have them live right here as they happen.
The LAPD putting what they're calling a security hold on the death records involving Rob Reiner and Michele Reiner. And they put out a statement saying that they have... that the causes of death have already been made public, but the LAPD wanted to ensure detectives from robbery homicide learned of important information surrounding their deaths before the media and the public. And they say the order was not sought to undermine transparency, but they have sealed the records. So no one can get them, I guess, except for the detectives. Does that surprise you?
Yes, and I've never heard of that term. It's a security hold, I think you called it, or
yeah, they're calling it a security hold.
Make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. We will be covering this and many other trials coming up
on the death records.
I've never heard of that
trial 2026.
I mean, I've had lots and lots of murder cases and some high-profile cases. Usually things can be. A defense lawyer can receive discovery under what's called a protective order, meaning that evidence is turned over to me and then I cannot release it to anyone outside of my defense team, right? Detective, investigator, paralegals, or so forth. But this particular term I haven't heard. The prosecution can file things under seal and file proper requests in order to prevent it from leaking out. But the prosecution can't stop it from turning over to the defense. They have to turn over the autopsy to reports to the defense. That's non-negotiable.
Do you think the defense has been able to get the reports yet?
I don't know. It's been, 3 weeks since the alleged murders. It's usually enough time to get that over, but maybe not. I mean, sometimes it can take up a couple of months. On a normal case, it can take a couple of months to get what's called the murder book, which is the entire investigative reports from the police involving the autopsy reports and things. But that's a normal case. This is not a normal case.
Right.
And then you have the slowdown of the holidays because it doesn't matter how important or how big a case is. You can't make people work during the holidays, right? Especially public servants. And so he might have the information, he might not, but it would not be abnormal for 3 weeks after the alleged murder for the autopsy report to not have been turned over.
Why would they want to keep the autopsy report secret, though, from the public?
And this is going to be important.
Doesn't
Here's the question?
In my opinion, the public has a right to that kind of information. The medical examiner has a role of making that information public. How
Probably influencing a jury, I would imagine, tainting a jury pool.
People die. They've already got someone in custody. They've said that they were stabbed. Why wouldn't they give out all the information? Like, is there some investigative reason, do you think?
I've always thought that with this case, the defense is going to turn, and the prosecution as well, will turn on the brutality of the attack. Meaning, what do the bodies look like after the attack? Was it multiple stab wounds? Where were they? Was it do the bodies betray violence or just one quick attack, right? And I think this is the most, in many ways, along with his mental health issues and drug addiction issues, those are the three legs to the stool of this case, right? So the only thing I can think of is that given at the level of the people that we're talking
Dog
about, that
Defender
their request
is very confident in the chat. Alan Jackson is an amazing attorney. He knows all the rules of court. I'm not worried about the defense getting whatever they need.
were made
in order. That is his job for sure. He
to
is
try to keep this at bay for as long
world-renowned
as
for it.
possible for the privacy of the family during a very difficult time during the holidays, and that they just did not want this out there right away. And it's just a way to try to delay this information from coming forward. But eventually it will be. This will eventually come out. At the preliminary hearing, this information is going to come out. And a preliminary hearing is open to the public, just like every other court appearance that Mr. Reiner is going to have.
You talked about the brutality, and we don't know. I mean, we know that there were multiple, stab wounds, but we don't know all the details of how many or how. I mean, it was brutal.
Speaking of the details, we are going to get over now to one of our favorite channels over at Law and Crime, and we're going to hear about some of the disturbing details that have not been announced so publicly.
The outlet claims was diagnosed recently with schizophrenia just in the recent weeks leading up to Rob and Michele's murders. Now, the outlet also is citing a source that claims that Nick's medications were making him erratic and dangerous. That has not been officially proven, but a major report coming out from TMZ. Rob Reiner, Nick's dad, he was a Hollywood institution, and he was married for a long time to his wife, Michele Reiner. Rob Reiner rose to fame in the 1970s. He was an actor in All in the Family. His dad, Carl, was a comedian. But then Rob Reiner became a director, and he had incredible range as a director, directing one of the most famous rom-coms of all time, When Harry Met Sally, and then the courtroom drama, A Few Good Men, which went on to be nominated for an Oscar. He also continued to act as he appeared in comedy shows like New Girl recently, and also this year made an appearance on the hit show The Bear. There's no doubt that Rob Reiner was an American treasure when it came to the world of show business. But inside that mansion, the place where Rob Reiner and his wife Michele had lived for decades, their family appeared to have faced the challenges that many families have faced, no matter their tax bracket, when it comes to having a loved one who has struggled with addiction and perhaps mental health issues. Nick Reiner is one of Rob and Michele's 3 children. Nick is 32 years old. He told People in 2016 that he struggled with addiction since he was just 15 years old, a young teenager. And even though he grew up with incredible wealth, he says that he spent time homeless in Maine, in New Jersey, and in Texas. And even in moments of sobriety, it appears that Nick Reiner battled a desire to go back to his old life. This is what he told a podcast that focuses on drug addiction called Dopey 7 years ago in an episode that is still public on YouTube.
What ended your sober run?
I don't know. I just didn't want to be away from home, and I just wanted to come back home.
But you also wanted to get back to smoking weed and whatever. I'm not judging you, Nick. I'm just like the show. Like there's a billion or there's thousands.
You know what it really was?
What?
You know what it really was? It was like
I kind of knew that I wanted to relapse, basically. I don't even want to call it a relapse. I just wanted to get back to my old life of like smoking weed, kind of taking some pills, like doing whatever I wanted.
Yeah.
And I knew that if I started to do it back in Maine, I wouldn't really be able to do it.
Many people will tell you that addiction is something that sticks with people and it is a daily struggle. And that appears to have been at least somewhat of the case with Nick, to the point that in recent weeks, people say they were somewhat concerned about him and that there were major red flags about his behavior. Now, according to TMZ, again, recently he had been diagnosed with schizophrenia. That's what the outlet is reporting. TMZ also put out a story about employees at a gas station, apparently near where the Reiners lived in LA, a place where Nick often went to pick up cigarettes. And employees felt in recent weeks, in the days leading up to the Reiners murders, that Nick looked drained and he was acting standoffish in a way that they considered abnormal to what he typically was when he came in. Now, you then take that account, allegedly, and then you compare it to the stories of how Nick was reportedly acting the night before his parents were found dead in their home, when all of them, Rob, Michele, and Nick, went to reportedly a holiday party at Conan O'Brien's, where Nick was said to be walking around the party, demanding to know whether partygoers were famous, reportedly making people feel very uncomfortable. This is according to The Hollywood Reporter. Some people actually thought at that party that Nick was someone who had wandered in from the street. They didn't know who he was. Now, The Hollywood Reporter also says that Rob Reiner had asked Conan if Nick could come with him to the party. And you have to wonder just how worried the Reiners were about Nick's mental health, about the substance abuse issues that he had been struggling with. And Nick's behavior at that party was apparently so disturbing that Rob and Nick ended up getting into a massive argument, according to TMZ, that many people saw at this party. Hours later, we say Nick killed Rob and Michele with a knife, allegedly stabbing them multiple times.
Today I'm here to announce
that Nick went with his dad to, had a slight altercation reportedly with Bill Hader, and was acting erratically at the event.
that our office will be filing charges against Nick Reiner, who is accused of killing his parents, actor-director Rob Reiner, and photographer-producer Michele Singer Reiner.
Now that is the moment the district attorney for Los Angeles announced the charges that Nick is now facing. And that brings us to the argument that prosecutors are making that Nick committed first-degree murder. Now, it's unclear what specific evidence prosecutors have that truly links Nick to the killings of his parents.
And we're going to catch every moment from the courthouse. We are on court watch.
Is believed to be the murder
Los
weapon,
Angeles.
but the DA wouldn't confirm whether they actually have that weapon. I spoke to criminal defense attorney Natalie Whittingham-Burrell about what prosecutors may have to prove when it comes to first-degree murder, and this is what she told me. We also know there is reportedly more than one scene linked to the murders. At 4 o'clock Sunday morning, so hours after the family left this holiday party at Conan O'Brien's, Nick checked into a hotel in Santa Monica, which is about 4 miles from his parents' house. The next morning, staff found the room covered in blood. This is according to TMZ. The outlet also said that Nick looked, quote, tweaked out when he checked in with a credit card. They do mention that he didn't seem to show any signs of having been in a physical altercation when he arrived at the hotel. Nick's parents' bodies were found around 3:30 in the afternoon on Sunday. This was reportedly after a massage therapist couldn't get access to the property per local media. And it's been reported that Romy Reiner, Nick's sister, found what had happened, but she only thought that her dad had been killed. People reports that she was told by first responders that her mom had also lost her life. I spoke this week with Professor of Applied Forensics at Jacksonville State University, Joseph Scott Morgan, about what evidence collected from the scene may tell investigators about what potentially happened. And just as a warning, the reality of what happened is believed to be incredibly gruesome. Listen to this.
Chris, that's up close and personal. You know, it's not like you can do this at arm's length, okay? You have to be in this individual space. And you have to have a will to do this. This takes a tremendous amount of energy. All we have to do is look at Idaho, for instance, and any number of other cases involving edged weapons. It takes sustained attacking. It also takes, well, I don't know how to paint this. It also, to me, anytime I see this, and particularly when you're talking about multiple, you think of a
That's what it
maniacal
means.
person that's doing this, because one of the terms that we apply in death investigation to a knife attack,
Overkill.
we have multiple injuries, is actually overkill.
There you go.
And I'm not
Hey.
saying that that's what this is.
I'm a
It
professional.
sounds like it, because we're getting reports that, you know, the big thing has been like, you know, throats have been cut. Well, they didn't say that, you know, in the release. That's speculative. However, it's certainly plausible. And then and that's a slice or an incised wound. Then you have stab wounds. So there's two separate types of sharp force injuries that you can have. There's one other one that's called puncture wounds, but it's not related to this, not like with an edged weapon. So I think about stabbing. Stabbing is deeper than long in relative to the injury, and slicing or incising is longer, but it's more shallow. Okay, so let's just go with this idea that if throats were cut, and I've seen this over and over again, you have to have a victim that is in a kind of assured position where they're up against a surface and you can apply weight and pressure and drag the leading edge of that blade across the neck. I'm not saying that it's not possible, like in Hollywood, where you have some kind of slasher movie where somebody will come out of the dark and just slash somebody's throat. I guess that's possible. Most of the time, there has to be a considerable amount of force that is applied. You have to have the person pressed or anchored against something and then pressed down. That's what makes this all the more horrific.
About 6 hours after the bodies were found, Nick was arrested roughly 15 miles inland from his parents' house near the campus of USC. There's surveillance video first obtained by NBCLA that shows Nick at a gas station buying what looks like some kind of sports drink, and then he walks out.
Well, as you can see right here from the live shot in front of the courthouse, now I'm really glad I didn't go. Oh, look who it is.
Move in for the arrest. Now, Nick's battle with addiction, it has been incredibly public, but it's still unclear whether he was under the influence of anything the night that he is accused of killing his mom and dad. He has hired a famous and who we believe to be very expensive defense attorney, Alan Jackson. He is the same attorney who defended Kevin Spacey and, of course, Karen Reed in her case where she was accused of killing her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe. Jackson was able to get a not guilty verdict in the Reed case. The type of legal defense that comes with Alan Jackson, it's not cheap. He once told Vanity Fair that the tab for both of Karen Reed's trials, it was more than $10 million.
Whoa!
Now, he said that he didn't charge her full price. It is unclear what Nick Reiner actually did for work. He wrote a movie with his dad that his dad directed called Being Charlie that came out around 2015, but it doesn't seem like he really did much after that professionally, at least in the world of show business. We did find this YouTube video from Nick that was posted 9 years ago where maybe he's trying to create a character to get into acting.
And I don't even care if anyone calls me a Sally because I'm a snail and I'm never gonna fail. And you know what? You're gonna have to bail me out of jail.
The video, when you watch it, it's odd.
Oh, I haven't seen that before. I've seen parts of it, but I didn't see that part.
It's bizarre, and it also just kind of shows you the way that Nick speaks and acts at times. Now, obviously, this was roughly a decade ago that this video was posted, and still, we don't know much about whether Nick was under the influence of anything at the time.
I can attest to that from personal experience. It sure doesn't look like he was.
Time that he allegedly killed his parents, or now with this TMZ report out about schizophrenia. First off, whether that is officially true, but then at the same time, did that play allegedly any sort of factor into the murder of his parents? Another big question is, how could Nick afford someone like Alan Jackson, a very expensive lawyer, and a defense that could go on for more than a year, and a defense that could be very expensive when you think of the experts and the amount of detail that will need to go into defending him in what will be an incredibly high-profile case. Now,
and if one of the mods could drop the link to my schizophrenia video into the chat, you guys can go take a look at that.
California has a law called the Slayer Statute, and that stops anyone who's convicted of killing someone from getting money from that person's estate. The New York Post reports that the Reiner's estate, it could be worth $200 million.
Well, it's been reported that the family is actually contributing to the defense.
Post is also reporting that Nick's siblings, maybe they have allowed the estate to fund the defense in an effort to make sure that their brother has an adequate lawyer. That is not clear. That is just a theory that was put out by the New York Post. Nick's siblings did not mention him in their statement that they released to the public that read in part, per CBS News, quote, "Words cannot even begin to describe the unimaginable pain we are experiencing every moment of the day. The horrific and devastating loss of our parents, Rob and Michele Reiner, is something that no one should ever experience. They weren't just our parents, they were our best friends." Nick has yet to enter a plea to the charges. In court this week, Alan Jackson, his high-powered attorney, told the court that he needed more time before an official arraignment. Nick spoke 3 words when asked by the judge if he was waiving his right to a speedy trial.
Your Honor.
Mr. Reiner, do you have a constitutional and statutory right to speedy arraignment? Your counsel is requesting that your arraignment be continued to January 7, 2026. Do you waive your right to a speedy arraignment so that your arraignment can be heard on January 7th?
The right to the speedy arraignment has already been waived.
2026?
So you heard him say there, "Yes, Your Honor." That's it. He was then taken back to the county jail. The judge didn't allow media members to take pictures or video of Nick in court as he sat in an enclosed area, according to CNN. But courtroom sketches show him wearing what appears to be a blue vest that defendants often wear so they don't harm themselves. Now, this is what Nick's attorney, Alan Jackson, said after court.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I just have a couple of quick words. First of all, and most importantly, this is
And this is from the first court date with Alan Jackson making his statement.
devastating tragedy
We are on Court Watch live in Los Angeles.
that has befallen the Reiner family. We all recognize that. Our hearts go out to the entire
And
Reiner.
no doubt they are in the courtroom right now. Alan Jackson, perhaps Nick Reiner. I do not know if he is appearing personally, but I imagine it is very likely.
Family. There are very, very complex and serious issues that are associated with this case. These need to be thoroughly, but very carefully dealt with and examined and looked at and analyzed. We ask that process you allow the system to move forward in the way that it was designed to move forward, not with a rush to judgment, not with jumping to conclusions, but with restraint and with dignity and with the respect that this system and this process deserves and that the family deserves. So with that, we are set for January 7th for an arraignment. That's the next court date. And that's all I have
And
to
that's
say
where
at this
we are
point.
today.
There may be more at some other point, but today we're going to rest on where we stand procedurally, which is this was a continuance of arraignment. Nothing happened today substantively. We'll be back for an arraignment in the same department on the 7th of January. We'll see you then.
Joining us now to talk more about what Nick Reiner's defense could look like is Natalie Whittingham-Burrell, criminal defense attorney. Thank you for taking the time to be with us here on Law and Crime.
And we will get back to this side of the story.
Examiner in Los Angeles has ruled the Reiners' deaths to be homicides. Now, that's not a surprise considering everything that's been reported to this point, but it's really the way that they were allegedly killed that is just so
To get a quick view from outside the courthouse, they have the microphones set up. There will be statements made very shortly, no doubt by attorneys. And that being the prosecutor, perhaps a statement from the defense. We shall see.
Disturbing, and where in their home they reportedly were found. Now, before I get into that part of the story, I want to get you the latest information on the legal front involving their son Nick, who is now facing 2 counts of first-degree murder in the deaths of his parents. The charges also carry special circumstances for there being more than one victim. The Los Angeles District Attorney, he did mention the death penalty at a news conference earlier this week when he announced the charges, but it's important to note that there's a moratorium on the death penalty in California since 2019, and no one has been put to death in that state since 2006. Right now, Nick is in the LA County Jail. He did make his first court appearance yesterday on Wednesday, and he is being represented by a powerful name, and that is Alan Jackson. That's the same attorney who defended Karen Reed in her trials when she faced charges for allegedly killing her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe. Now, Jackson got a not guilty verdict in the case of Karen Reed, but this case it could be more difficult. Now, these
could be a lot more difficult. Now, what we're going to do is we are going to jump to TMZ. We have a breaking report here.
Nick Reiner's murder trial has been derailed. We have learned that Alan Jackson, as I speak right now, the hearing has not started, but Alan Jackson will go into court and he will withdraw from the case.
Whoa!
We are told that no plea will be entered. A public defender is going to be appointed. Now, that doesn't mean the public defender is going to handle this case from this point forward.
Breaking news, according to TMZ, Alan Jackson will be withdrawing from the case. Oh.
On what I know, there is a real chance another lawyer is going to come in and take the case. As for why Alan Jackson is withdrawing, we know the family is going to issue a statement at the end of the hearing today.
Okay.
So take a look at that. But Alan Jackson, who famously represented Karen Reed recently, where she was found not guilty for allegedly killing her boyfriend.
Breaking news, Alan Jackson to reportedly be withdrawing from the case today. And we believe that we will be seeing some statements forthcoming.
Will no longer be handling the Reiner case. Now, something else that we've reported is that Nick Reiner could likely plead not guilty by reason of insanity. As we reported, he was diagnosed with a form of schizophrenia called schizoaffective disorder. And in the month before the murders of Rob and Michele Reiner, Nick's meds were off, and it sent him off the rails. So the defense
There's a plot
not
twist
guilty by
right
reason
there.
of
For those of
insanity
you just joining, breaking news here. Alan Jackson to withdraw from the Nick Reiner case, and a public defender will be put in Alan Jackson's position on the defense table.
Not a lot, but it has worked where somebody does not understand the nature and quality of what they've done. And that well could be something that is pleaded here, because based on what we know, it is likely
This
that
is an
they're
update
not
from 20 minutes ago.
to simply plead not guilty here because of the amount of evidence that points to Nick Reiner as the person who killed his parents. So right now, Nick Reiner will not enter a plea. There will be a public defender. I don't think the public defender is going to be there for long, although I don't know that. And it is possible. But the family is going to explain why this has happened. Alan Jackson may well speak after the hearing today, and we will live stream that if he does.
And we are on Court Watch, and we will be live streaming that right here on the Zero Dark Tony channel. This is the prisoner that has been reported so many times that the Reiners were in contact with.
Unless I have lost my mind, I know that you're gone and will never read this.
A stunning loss.
Rob Reiner and his wife.
The couple appears to have died from stab wounds.
As news spread that two bodies had been found inside the home of Rob and Michele Reiner, a man they loved and who loved them could only pray it wasn't true. He wrote Michele an email.
No one ever loved me like you. No one ever changed my life like you. I feel so broken right now.
This man isn't a famous actor. He doesn't live in Beverly Hills. His name is Nanan Williams. He's been locked up in a Texas prison for nearly 34 years for a murder he says he didn't commit.
I'm completely innocent. I mean, I sold drugs when I was a kid. I have my own things I'm ashamed of. But kill someone? No, I've never killed anyone.
You might expect Nanan to say that, but over the years, lawyers, professors, even Amnesty International have come to the same conclusion. And so did Rob and Michele Reiner. Last spring, Rob, Michele, and Romy all wrote letters to the DA about what Nanan meant to them. Rob said, "I've led a high-profile life for over 50 years, and in that time, I've met some very impressive and influential people. But if I'm being honest, apart from my father, No one has impressed me more and been more influential to me than Naanan Williams.
That's what he wrote about you. How does that land?
It's overwhelming. It's I don't even know how to digest that.
Over the past decade, Naanan formed a relationship with the Reiner family as profound as it was unlikely.
They became not a part of my life, but an integral part of my life.
He wrote or spoke with the Reiners nearly every day for years.
They became my family by choice.
Describe that more. What do you mean, your family? How deep does that go?
I start talking to them regularly about a lot of personal things, about their lives, not just mine. You know, to listen to Rob talk about Albert Brooks or Billy Crystal, it became trust. When Michele would tell me about her life, or her mother survived Auschwitz, and she would ask me questions about, you know, how did I survive this?
The Reiners introduced Naanan virtually to their children, Jake, Nick, and their daughter Romy.
Romy is like my little sister. She's one of the most creative, brilliant, beautiful people I've met. She's just
HOCHSTETTER, 16 misdemeanors, 6 felonies. Look it up, Scientology. We've been protesting for the last 2 years. A bunch of activists across the country. Cover this shit. Cover it. Thank you.
Wow. Look at that. Right in front of all the cameras. Let's just cut that back a second and see. We have an individual who has decided to jump in front of the cameras at the press pool. There he goes.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you guys coming out for my court case today. Thank you so much. The Church of Scientology is prosecuting me. They are prosecuting me. I just came to court, 6 felonies. Hate crimes for putting up flyers for saying Scientology is a cult. In Germany, Scientology is considered a cult. Okay, 6 felonies. I'm facing 25 years. I'm representing myself. You can find me, Defender of Ants, DOA. My name is Scott Hochstetter, HOCHSTETTER, 16 misdemeanors, 6 felonies. Look it up, Scientology. We've been protesting for the last 2 years. A bunch of activists across the country.
I had a very large breakfast.
Cover this shit. Cover it. Thank you.
As predicted. As predicted, you're going to get those clout chasers that want to jump in front of the camera and make an absolute fool of themselves. And that's the way America works. Wow, some... If you want to hear some of the discussions about that individual, make sure you catch our coffee chats here. That's what we consider local news. Always a good look to jump in front of the camera to get your message out when there is a tragic trial, exploiting a tragedy for their own use. Yeah, it's... And the press pool just ends up laughing at a situation like that. It gives them a little something to look at, a little something to do. But we are live in Los Angeles, out front of the courthouse. Wow. Wow. Wah, wah, wee, wah. And as we wait for some of those statements to be made by Alan Jackson, we will get back to, where did it go? Here we go. This is back to the inmate that Rob and Michele were in touch with.
William, about the same age as me.
The Reiners first heard about Naanan in 2016.
All we know about that individual is that they had a big breakfast.
Show called Lyrics from Lockdown. created and performed by artist Breon Bain.
Nanan writes a letter to me from his cell in a prison colony on death row.
In 1999, Breon, a Harvard-educated lawyer, was walking past a crime scene in New York with his brother and cousin. All three were arrested simply because they were black. In 2001, Breon's story was featured on 60 Minutes.
And it was a humiliating experience. So it was just because you were black? Right.
From death row, Nanan heard about Breon. He wrote him letters about his own plight, and then a poem.
It's causing a parallel universe to where he grew up on the East Coast and I grew up on the West Coast. But we were both basically 17-year-old kids. What if I went to Harvard? What if he ended up on death row?
Breon, also a poet, wove their stories together, creating lyrics from lockdown.
Dear Breon, I bet in a parallel universe somewhere.
And we're going to get back to some of this coverage.
These are courtroom sketches of Nick Reiner. Yesterday, the judge said that the cameras in the courtroom could not take pictures of him. He was wearing a blue vest that is often worn by defendants to prevent them from harming themselves. Jackson told the judge that it was too soon to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty for Nick, so he asked for the official arraignment.
That is Alan Jackson right there. It has been reported by TMZ that Alan Jackson will be withdrawing from this particular case.
Pushed to January 7th. The judge allowed that. Now, the only time that we heard from Nick during this hearing is when the judge asked him if he was okay with waiving his right to a speedy trial, and this is what he said.
Mr. Reiner, you have a constitutional and statutory right to speedy arraignment. Your counsel is requesting that your arraignment be continued to January 7, 2020.
The live stream already has over 50,000 views. Hit the like button, guys. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. We have lots of great coverage here of lots of different breaking events, and we're happy to have you. Thank you. And we love everyone's opinion in here.
26. Do you waive your right to a speedy arraignment so that your arraignment can be heard on January 7, 2026?
So what you heard there, quote, yes, Your Honor. That's it. Now, the hearing was very brief, and now January 7th is circled as a day where those cameras will return to Los Angeles to see what happens next in court. Now, on the topic of Alan Jackson, before we get back to specifically Nick Reiner, one question that I know I've wondered is just how much could this defense cost? Jackson is one of the biggest names in criminal defense, and it's unclear what Nick Reiner really did for work. He certainly lived in an incredibly wealthy family. He apparently lived in his parents' guest house. He also worked with his dad on a movie that was released in 2016 that we're going to talk about in just a moment. But other than that, it doesn't seem like he really did much.
We have some more breaking news while we wait from Fox 9. In Minneapolis, we have a ICE-related shooting. We're going to take a quick look at that.
Get up to 33rd, where Russ was. I needed to get into the alleyway, so you know it's not.
So we are just catching this breaking news live: an ICE shooting in Minneapolis.
It's definitely, it's passable.
And again, just going back to that ICE statement, obviously that is ICE's account. We should say that we have spoken with several witnesses. Corin, you have spoken with several witnesses who you had said earlier too. That is not the story they're telling you. Not that ICE officials were in danger, and frankly, kind of the opposite from what you're hearing from people on the ground. Is that presumably this observer, according to your witnesses, was not threatening the officers. Again, we will likely hear a lot more. This is continuously coming down. We're continuing to learn more information, awaiting a press conference at 12:15 from city officials.
The one thing, Corin, we know that the person who you interviewed, Aiden, talked about the person turning to drive away.
This is breaking news from Minneapolis.
What that means. In our mind's eye, we might think it's a small turn. It might have been a larger turn. We don't know that. That's why I'm sure in their police gathering, they're looking for people who have video of exactly what happened.
Or potentially, too, obviously, Corin, this is a neighborhood. Maybe one of these homes have, the ring cameras out front. Or, all of this is part of the investigation, and talking to as many people as possible, obviously talking to agents who are on the ground as well. Corin, again, kind of resetting where you are and what you're seeing, still seeing a heavy police presence from Minneapolis police, presumably?
Yeah, I will say that's starting to break up now, too. We're on 33rd. Portland is the street where the main activity is, and starting to see some tow trucks arrive here as well. So, you know, we're getting a little closer to having this scene completely cleared, and it does seem like, you know, crowd has come, and the crowd remains to some extent, but is not as large as it was earlier. Again, the police numbers here have seemed to dwindle as well. A lot of the neighbors to whom I've talked were standing out on their sidewalks and watching everything as the investigation played out as well. Many of them seem to have gone back into their homes. And I do want to emphasize, we heard from Aiden, who said specifically that, you know, there was no threat to.
And simultaneously, we are on court watch in front of the courthouse. Oh, Lord. In front of the courthouse in downtown Los Angeles.
ICE agents. But I did talk to, you know, I think it was 4 other folks who live up and down this way. One of them did say something that kind of seems to at least somewhat match the description that ICE gave of this scenario here to some extent. He said that the agents were never at risk, but he did say that one of them...
we do have some motion outside the courthouse. We're going to get to that presently.
One of the agents tried to slide to the front of the car, and that is when the person who was still on the side opened fire as the third agent kind of slid to the front of the car. And so that could be, in his mind, he said that could have been perceived as a
live
threat.
breaking news, a shooting involving ICE in Minneapolis and some motion outside of the courthouse.
Although in his mind, there was no threat.
Now we're
in fact, he told me he thought the agent was trying to create a threat to create the opportunity for this. I cannot, you know, obviously say that that's something that really happened, but that was his perception of the event that he witnessed.
Again, and this is why it's so important, obviously, as officers are on the ground, investigators are on the ground, trying to get as many eyewitness accounts, as many videos, pictures, obviously collecting anything from the vehicles. You can see, we've seen, you know, collector evidence markers, trying to piece together what happened and what transpired there this morning in this residential area.
And we have video, Corin, and I don't know if you were able to observe this from being out there, of what appears to be the shell casings and some of the evidence markers on the ground there near that area, where we were told, at least I think by a couple of your witnesses, that there were at least 3 shots, they believe, fired into that vehicle, killing the woman who was behind the wheel.
Yeah, that's what they heard, was 3 gunshots fired. And so, yeah, if you're seeing 3 shells, that would match their description of what they witnessed as well.
And again, here we are awaiting a press conference at 12:15. We understand Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey will be there. Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara will be there. Presumably other state and local leaders, as well, as we are working to learn more information about what happened here, what will happen now in the minutes, hours, days to come, as this is really just the start of this investigation. If we can quickly just pull up the map again, just to give people an idea of where this is. This is East 34th Street and Portland Avenue in Minneapolis. Again, we've been talking about how this is very much a residential area, and you can see that in the pictures. It's home after home after home. There it is on the map, off of 35W, Powderhorn Park, not too far from that. And neighbors said that they, heard this all happen this morning, kind of alerted with these horns and whistles of what has been now basically a caravan following ICE agents alerting neighbors that potentially they're in the neighborhood.
And Corin, in your interview with the young man, new father, sounds like, Aiden, he seemed very matter-of-fact in his account of what happened. What was the tone, what was the temperament of the other folks who you spoke with? Were they just recounting what they saw, or were they offering up any of their own ideology as they were telling you?
Oh, I could hear ideology there. I try to remove ideology from my descriptions as much as possible, but they
Let's try and get this video to 100 likes. We are almost there. Hit that like button, subscribe, share, and save. Save this video.
Definitely were upset. One of them was in tears. He had seen the woman. He said she had been hit in the face. And he was very upset because he was also one of those who saw the physician trying to get in to help, and he thought that, every second counted in that situation, and that without them allowing the physician in,
woman shot and killed by ICE in the headline.
The woman getting care by at least 10 minutes, he said. So he was very upset. He was upset that they were here, and he was upset at what he saw. He is absolutely, though, the one who told me that he saw an ICE agent kind of going around to the front of the car as this kind of right as this all went down. Mm-hmm. And so he's the one eyewitness statement that I've gotten that kind of sort of matches the description that ICE has recently given us.
Corin, again, obviously this is witness account, but if you could, if someone's just now tuning in and wondering what is he talking about with a physician, you heard from some folks that potentially a physician was there and looking to render aid to this victim.
That's right. They said that a doctor had walked up to the police line over there at 34th and Portland, knew that there had been an issue here and was trying to get in to render aid, but it was the only law enforcement who were here at the time were ICE, they said, and those agents would not allow the physician in. The physician was pretty adamant, repeating, "I'm a physician, I'm here to help, please let me help," but they refused to let him in, and so that woman, you heard Aiden kind of describe like an orange, like a brief.
And just showing everybody, if you search Reiner Arraignment on YouTube, you will see that your boy is right there in the middle at number 11. So we really do thank you. Hit the like button. It's you guys that do that. You guys are the one that are putting me on the front page of this search, and I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's get back to it.
Briefcase, essentially. So he said that he thought that might have been their first aid kit, but that he didn't see them use it. And then they just kind of set the woman down on the sidewalk and waited for the ambulance to arrive. The ambulance did eventually arrive. They said 10 or 15 minutes later. And then the ambulance could not get down there to where the victim was at that point.
Unidentified woman thus far.
Lying on the ground.
Shot
and
by
so
ICE.
A few agents just kind of carried
in Minneapolis,
her, as they described it, her limp body out to where the ambulance was, so that they could take her away from here. And so, yeah, that's what they saw as far as rendering aid. The entire time, the physician, they said, was trying to help. But what did the agents know about that person? I don't know if there was an ID or anything like that.
Sure.
But. Yeah, 10 or 15 minutes without an ambulance arriving, and then a little bit longer to get the body out to the ambulance because of the blocked streets and the vehicles that were blocking the path.
We know, Corin, by the accounts from the Trump administration, that there are some 2,000 ICE agents now converging on Minneapolis.
The story is breaking, so they're just getting it together.
As part of this immigration effort. Do we have any idea as far as the protest numbers or in this case, it sounds like the woman who was shot today, apparently by an ICE agent, as confirmed by ICE's website. Do we know how many constitutional observers might be available to those folks who are trying to keep tabs on what's going on with the ICE operation?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I know that they have, they're literally in town right now.
I don't know if this is now.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm not sure which number I am.
Number 10.
I'm counsel for number 10.
It could be.
We do object to issue if that would resolve the court's concerns about retaining jurisdiction. However, we see no reason, given our appearance and the fact that we are here to issue a rule of non-attempt.
And counsel for number 4.
In Council Member 10's statement, I don't see the necessity for issuing a body attachment. I too will stipulate the jurisdiction without necessarily waiving any objections we ultimately may make. But given my newness to the matter, I don't see the necessity.
I believe this is inside the courtroom.
Order issued against an individual in this circumstance.
Fair enough. As to
Thank you, Your Honor. And just to be clear, we do also reserve all of our objections.
yes, and so, but as to the remaining numbers, that's 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Those the court will issue body attachment and hold it until the next court date.
And 9.
And 9.
And 9. Thank you. We have no objection to counsel's
Judge Teresa McGonigal.
Have graciously submitted to jurisdiction with regard to 4 and 10. We think that's appropriate.
Thank you. Once again, the court will issue and hold 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Thank you.
Until the next hearing date. And we'll
Does the court have a list?
It does. The court will seal that list as well.
People have a copy or anything?
We've asked that the court seal it.
Covering multiple stories here.
Ongoing defense investigator data or evidence that we recover or we get, or counsel on behalf of Mr. Reiner gets, and that is discoverable. We'll comply with all, or counsel will comply with all discovery obligations at that time.
Can you address the counsel's request to provide a copy to the people?
That's the point. We think that should not be done because that would implicate ongoing investigative efforts by the defense, and it would compromise Mr. Reiner's right to a fair trial and his right to maintain his investigation with some level of confidence or confidentiality, I should say.
But at this time, the court would just seal it until the next court hearing date.
Thank you.
And how else would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, at this time, I, on behalf of Workman Jackson and Quinn, and with Mr. Reiner's understanding and consent, would ask to withdraw as counsel of record.
There it is.
Conversation that we've had.
He has just asked to withdraw as counsel of record, breaking right here.
In chambers, and the explanation.
This is live inside the courtroom.
The court in chambers, we feel that we have no choice at this juncture but to withdraw as counsel and ask to be relieved. The Public Defender's Office has been notified. We've had conversations with them.
Wow.
They're here, they're staffed, they're ready to take over. My understanding is they're ready for the appointment immediately, forthwith.
Forthwith.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kimberly Green from the Public Defender's Office. That is correct.
So the court will case, and so that firm is relieved as counsel of record, and the court appoints the Public Defender's Office to represent Mr. Reiner.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Current counsel turnover.
And there it is.
We will absolutely comply with that. We've already begun the
Wow, Alan Jackson has officially withdrawn from as counsel for Nick Reiner.
Your Honor, there's a protective order issued by the court in place regarding the handling of discovery. Order that's remaining in place for now, and we'll serve a copy of that on the Public Defender's Office along with the discovery we provide.
Yes, the court will order that order.
Preclude me from giving, Mr. Balian raises a very sage point. I'm under a protective order not to provide our discovery to anybody else. That would text providing the information only to Ms. Green in her office. Then I can be in full compliance with the protective order.
Anything to the people, any response to that request?
No problem. I believe the protective order spells out that it covers Mr. Jackson's firm as well as any successor counsel.
Thank you.
And not
Provide everything to Ms. Green.
Not 5 minutes from it coming out of his mouth, do we have an article from the Hollywood Reporter. Nick Reiner's power lawyer, Alan Jackson, abruptly withdraws from the case. Jackson, media savvy criminal defense attorney who previously represented Harvey Weinstein, Kevin Spacey, and Karen Reed, left the case as Reiner appeared for an arraignment on Wednesday in Los Angeles. And we are live inside the courtroom.
Back on the record in People versus Nick Reiner, case number 25 CJC F08098.
Good morning, Kimberly Green here at the Public Defender's Office on behalf of Mr. Reiner, who again is present.
Thank you.
This looks like his new attorney, Kimberly Green.
And people of the state of California.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, we'd ask to put over the arraignment one last time to February 23rd, if that date is appropriate.
That date is fine, court.
Thank you, and I will work with Ms. Green to get her discovery prior to that date.
I'll take a waiver for your. entitled, you have a constitutional and statutory right to a speedy arraignment. Your counsel, Ms. Green from the Public Defender's Office, is requesting that your arraignment be continued to February the 23rd, 2026. In this department, do you waive your right to be arraigned today so that your matter may be continued to February 23rd, 2026 for arraignment? Is counsel joining that waiver?
I do.
The court finds that the defendant has made a knowing and intelligent waiver of his right to a speedy arraignment, and that his counsel of record joins in that waiver. Matters set for arraignment in this department.
Live inside the courthouse.
2026.
In the courtroom. Alan Jackson has been relieved as counsel.
That one, so I'll loop it.
So we're going to go back to
remain. A lot of questions remain about what exactly happened, about how this all started, and then what happens
we
now.
are still on court watch. Alan Jackson withdrawing from the Nick Reiner case.
There's been a lot of talk of witness account versus what ICE is saying versus what actually happened, and where that lies. The big question is there video, and not necessarily that most people want to see that video, but is there video, and where that looks. At what point did the video start? Were agents wearing body camera footage, video cameras? We don't know at this point. Again, we're working to get as many answers to the questions that you have at home that we have here, hoping to get some information at this 12:15 presser that we are waiting from City Hall.
And we do know this area, as you can see, it's a residential area, and from all accounts on the ground, it is you're talking about homes here. So there's a good chance in that area somebody, if not a lot of people, have their Ring doorbell cameras or a doorbell camera that has a camera on it. Doesn't have to necessarily be that brand, but that may have captured what has happened in this area as this shooting went down. Now, how far back are we now? Almost 2 hours?
At least
2 hours to when this all took place. So obviously we know that's part of police work, and that's what they'll be doing. Corin was telling us he did speak with one of the witnesses he spoke with, who had some video he was going to send him. Whether he has been able to get that video to Corin yet, we don't know. But we do have at least maybe one source of video that we will, as soon as we get it, we'll certainly share it.
And again, you're just looking at, these are live pictures right now, so this is still the active situation. This is still what the scene looks like right now at 34th and Portland in Minneapolis. That lower, the smaller box in the upper
monitoring
hand,
two breaking stories here. The Nick Reiner arraignment, where Alan Jackson just withdrew as his counsel, and right here in Minneapolis, a shooting involving ICE officers. Breaking news.
Corner is the
car,
presumably the car involved here. Pretty confident in saying that is the vehicle that the woman, the victim, was driving. A lot of focus on that, and then the bigger picture here is kind of what it looks like in the neighborhood a little bit just down the street.
Brandon
here.
says he has been given the best his whole life, and it wasn't good enough for him. That's what got him locked up, and still showing his colors. He fired the best rep he was going to get. I don't know if he actually fired him. I think it might have been for Alan Jackson somewhere else. The cheddar is better.
And again, Corin saying it looks like potentially police presence decreasing just a little bit. And I would say just even to the naked eye, it looks like the crowd has gone down.
Dispersed a fair amount.
Yes.
From the time we've been on the air, you can tell that things have... there's just not much else going on right now, and Corin wasn't sure if some of the ICE vehicles were still there. We did observe what appeared to be a smaller caravan of ICE vehicles leaving the area. One of those vehicles, we had a camera on the ground. Our photographer was there, along with Karen Scullin, one of our...
Put a 1 in the chat if you support ICE. Put a 2 in the chat if you do not support ICE. Let's check the temperature here.
Reporters, and it appeared that there were some protesters trying to detain that.
And we welcome all opinions. It's
ICE vehicle from leaving, using their bodies as shields, trying to stop the vehicle from driving off by getting in front of the vehicle. That's when it appeared 2 ICE agents got out of the vehicle and then used some chemical irritants to disperse the crowd. You saw a number of people. In fact, our own photographer and our own reporter having some of the repercussions from some of the irritants that were sprayed.
Sure, and again, we received that statement from ICE, and they said they too will update us as they learn more and gather more information. We are also awaiting this press conference set to take place in 7 minutes or so at 12:15. That is happening from Minneapolis City Hall. We understand the mayor will be there, the police chief will be there, several other city officials. No word if the governor will be there. Again, we will wait and see who is there, but obviously they are gathering as much as they.
I don't think the governor is going to show up.
They can, trying to not only figure out the investigation, but also obviously maybe calm the potential, the temperature a little bit here in the city as we see what happens and happens over the next couple hours.
Homeland Security posting what we had read, and we have a graphic of what their statement was about 23 minutes ago. Our own Karen Scullin posting from Fox 9, one of our reporters here, about 39 minutes ago, saying that protesters wouldn't let ICE leave, throwing things at ICE agents. Chemical spray was then deployed, got hit just being nearby. That stuff hurts bad, skin, eyes, lungs, and says waiting it out. And then we do have the video of when that, it appears the pepper spray or the chemical irritant was deployed, and you can see people reacting obviously to that. But that's a first-hand account from one of our reporters on the scene, Karen Scullin.
Yeah, there's a picture of Karen's there in the blue.
A 2 in the chat for that, Barbara.
Coat, and we kind of watched that live real time here again. 45 minutes or so ago, and it did appear that the ICE vehicle was able to get out after this all kind of happened.
This is
that was
tear gas being deployed by ICE to disperse the crowd. You cannot block these guys in. These are federal agents. They are armed to the teeth.
Tense couple of moments. It has calmed down significantly, and it appeared that it just was in that one little area. It was an alleyway where an officer was trying to get out of the scene, it appears, and protesters there on the scene were blocking them. We haven't seen anything since that moment.
And in this case, we know that Minneapolis police had said that they would not be a part of any of the ICE operations, which they were not at the time.
Of course not.
But they did respond after the shooting happened, obviously their jurisdiction, to find out and to certainly investigate what happened at the scene. Hence, you can see all of the yellow police tape. That is the tape that was put up by the Minneapolis Police Department, and now they're the ones who are trying to take care of crowd control, the crime scene. As you can see, the crime scene is still taped off there. That maroon-colored Honda Pilot, we understand, is the vehicle that this constitutional observer was in, who ended up being shot and killed by one of the ICE agents.
And again, if you are just tuning in right now, we continue to follow this very active, very developing situation in Minneapolis. This is East 34th Street and Portland Avenue, not far from Powderhorn Park. If you're familiar with the area, a residential area, confirming here now that an ICE officer shot and killed a woman. ICE saying as she attempted to run over the agents there on the scene. ICE saying that officers did what they had to do to protect themselves, and others saying that this person...
These ICE officers are highly trained with firearms, with protecting themselves. If they have any fear for their life, that's what's going to happen. You cannot attempt to run over a federal agent.
This rioter, protester, as they say, quote, attempted to run over law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them, an act of domestic terrorism. They go on to say that he feared for his life and
the car is a deadly weapon, Otis says.
And fire. Again, from witness accounts, it sounds like maybe it was 3 shots, and that seems to coincide with what we have been seeing on the scene.
With the bullet casings and markers around the vehicle there. And it was actually a ways away from the vehicle. It sounds
apparently like 3 shots were fired.
The vehicle drove off a ways away from where that shooting took place and then crashed into, and you could see where it ended up.
And that is the vehicle that you're looking at there at the top corner.
We should also note that The people who Corn spoke with, the people living up and down that area of Portland Avenue.
And it looks like they crashed into another vehicle.
Had a different vantage point, as Corn put it. Obviously, they live in different houses, they're in different parts of that street, and they all saw different things. They maybe didn't see something as close, maybe someone was closer than the other. So all these accounts, we have to, we understand how they're giving us their witness, their
This is
account
live
of
in
what they
Minneapolis.
witnessed.
We are also
but we have
on
to
court watch for the Nick Reiner arraignment.
remember vantage point.
Alan
and,
Jackson
a lot of things that
withdrawing.
go into that and what you see and what happened.
And also when they encountered the situation, you know, at what point did they look out the window and see what was happening in their, you know, in their front yard, essentially. Again, a live look right now. Now this is a little bit away from the shooting scene, if you will, away from the vehicles. Obviously, Minneapolis police are on hand. We know the sheriff's department has deputies there as well, as they are having that kind of line preventing people from coming into the crime scene. And Minneapolis police, along with the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, saying at this point we are there to assist. We've talked a lot about this. The police chief and the sheriff has talked a lot about we are not participating in enforcement, in immigration enforcement, but we will be there to protect the city and anything that potentially happens following an ICE immigration operation. So obviously they are now there. The police chief had talked about it, of if there is a public safety issue, that is where we jump in. Right. That is our role. And obviously now that there is a fatality, a fatal shooting, that they are getting involved.
We want to go back to our chopper shot real quick if we can, before we lose that. We could see now that they have also, we have the police tape. You can see the yellow police tape cordoning off that whole area, but they've also now, as you could see in the shot before this, they were bringing in the metal fencing, a temporary
and
fencing.
The vehicle in the upper left of your screen.
To make more of a barrier to keep the crowd away from the scene.
ICE agents.
One thing to have tape, anyone can go under tape.
Responding to
metal
protect
fence.
their lives and the lives of their partners.
A little different.
And again, this is a neighborhood. This is a residential area. So at some point, obviously, people need to get back into their homes, and obviously that will be what we watch going forward. What you're looking at here is just our camera from the City Hall as we await this press conference from Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry. We know
have a press
the police chief Brown O'Hara will be there.
A live press conference right here.
Potentially other city
Breaking
officials,
news.
maybe even.
Come in, everybody. Breaking news. Live from Minneapolis, an ICE shooting has occurred, and now we will have a press conference very shortly while we are on court watch. We're busy here today.
State officials. I do want to just mention that Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty had issued a statement saying, quote, "We are aware of the shooting at 34th and Portland. We have been in contact with law enforcement, the Attorney General, the Governor's office throughout the morning, and we are pushing hard for a local investigation, which is the only way to ensure full transparency and review by our office. We will use every available level to ensure a local, transparent investigation takes place." So again,
by the
we are
way,
just
thanks to you guys. This live stream has over 60,000 views right now. Hit that like button. Let's get this out there.
at the early stages of this. There is a lot of unknowns going forward.
Well, I can tell you, I'm not going to
Obviously
tell you the source, but I'm
polarizing
watching
topic.
video right now on X showing somebody was videoing that maroon car that we see that pilot driving off. So they were recording as all this happened. It did appear to speed away very quickly in this video. So we know we have at least this video source. You can imagine there are several others because you can see other people standing next to this person who was shooting this video. So again, at least we know we've got something out there. That's what the police, we know the Chief O'Hara was out there with his officers. You know they're gathering this information, this video, all the pieces to the puzzle so they can figure out exactly what happened here, how this person ended up dying at the hands of an ICE officer.
And we know, obviously, Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem was in town. She was in St. Paul yesterday, part of this operation, this immigration operation. She was involved in at least one of the arrests yesterday in St. Paul. I understand she is now in Texas, and she's actually holding a press conference right now talking about a number of topics, but she did take questions about it and asked about what has happened here in Minneapolis, and she said it was an act of domestic terrorism, saying agents were trying to move their vehicle out of the snow when the woman attacked them. Again, that is what she's saying in a press conference right now, kind of mimicking what the official press conference or official statement from ICE, saying that the ICE agents were trying to protect themselves and others.
We know that this is something that Mayor Fry and police chief had talked about before all of this started to kind of ratchet up. Initially, they were not in support, obviously, as we have reported, that they would want to assist in any way the ICE operations, but they did warn that there could be worst case scenario. This being the worst case scenario, with the ratcheting up of the ICE agents, with the churning up of all of the noise, if you will, all of what's going on with this operation, and the fact that it is starting to kind of ratchet up.
For sure, and kind of the irony of the police chief actually had his essentially end of the year review yesterday, talking about all the things within the police department, the highs, the lows, and everything in between. And he was asked about ICE enforcement and agents being in town, and talked about how he was worried. This is
Minneapolis. This is live from Minneapolis. ICE officer shoots, kills woman attempting to run over ICE agents. Don't mess with these guys out there. Let them do their job.
Something was going to happen, and said, please, let's not make this worse. Let's not do anything to make this worse. Obviously, everybody has talked about this is the worst case scenario, and their fear that something like this was going to happen. Just yesterday, the Brian O'Hara.
Don't worry, CD Brown. I'll be stopping by again later to pick him up. Okay.
The chief talked about this was a concern.
And here we are now at 12:19, still awaiting this news conference from city involvement happening over at City Hall with Mayor Jacob Fry, also the police chief Brian O'Hara. You can see we are set up there ready to bring that to you as soon as.
Brown's mom has no gag reflex. That has been reported, not alleged. It has been reported.
It happened, so we can learn more, at least from our local authorities, our government, also from our police chief, what they have ascertained, what they have learned.
Welcome to the show.
But there's all kinds of information coming across now, of course, with the advent of social media. There are a lot of videos that I've already been watching now of what happened earlier.
And some of them, just tread lightly. Some of them show the victim. And obviously deceased now that we know, so just be advised. At this point, again, this is all coinciding. As we know, we are essentially at the epicenter of the largest immigration operation ever here in Minnesota. The Trump administration, the Department of Homeland Security, saying this is the focus right now. We know upwards of some 2,000 agents are in town right now, and were before.
I'm sorry, she's a nice lady. She's a nice lady. She makes a mean peach cobbler.
Arguably, maybe more will be coming depending on what happens here. But talking about that, this was going to be their spot right now, as they were going to really crack down on immigration, and as the administration has said, go after the worst of the worst, and knew that this was going to be a while, and said that they would be here as long as it takes. Obviously, our state leaders and senators and representatives
make sure you hit that like button about this, follow the channel, coming. Subscribe.
See some movement here now. You're watching this with us. This is from our chopper shop.
Next to the likes, you'll see a save button. Make sure you save this video. We're going right to the courthouse. Alan Jackson is coming out for his press conference, and he is approaching the microphone now.
Good morning. As you know, my name is Alan Jackson. This morning, I had to withdraw as Nick Reiner's counsel. Circumstances beyond our control, but more importantly, circumstances beyond Nick's control, have dictated that, sadly, it's made it impossible for us to continue our representation of Nick. I'm legally and I'm ethically prohibited from explaining all the reasons why. I know that's a question on everybody's mind. We expect the public defender to step in. They've already been appointed and very capably protect Nick Reiner's interests as he moves forward through the system. But be clear, be very, very clear about this. My team and I remain deeply, deeply committed to Nick Reiner and to his best interests. In fact, we know, we're not just convinced, we know that the legal process will reveal the true facts of the circumstances surrounding this case, Nick's case.
Stay in the frame, buddy.
You know, a lot's been printed of late, over the last 3 weeks. A lot has been printed. Printed about Nick, printed about his family.
Live outside the LA courthouse.
The circumstances, speculation is in print. On December 15th, in the early morning hours, I was in New York at the time, and I got a call. Me and my team, we dropped everything. And for the last 3 weeks, we have devoted literally every waking hour to protecting Nick and his interests. We've investigated this matter top to bottom, back to front. What we've learned, and you can take this to the bank.
To the bank.
Pursuant to the laws of this state, pursuant to the law in California, Nick Reiner is not guilty of murder. Print that. Print that.
Wow. Breaking news here,
we
guys.
wish him the very, very best moving forward. And that's all I have today.
Wow. Attorney Alan Jackson withdraws as lead counsel for Nick Reiner.
And another thing.
As he exits the court, they have investigated, and he made a statement that Nick Reiner is not guilty. As he withdraws from the case, live outside the courthouse, here is the public defender, Ms. Green, about to make a statement for the press, and we are awaiting the press conference in Minneapolis. We got a lot going on. You're going to get it all right here, baby. This ain't your boring regular news channel. Oh, 147. He's innocent because I say, so I don't have any evidence. I can't talk to you about it. I can't tell you about it, but I'm quitting the case. It doesn't make a lot of sense. He's a liar. Interesting take.
Sure. Ricardo Garcia, Los Angeles County Public Defender. I'm here with Kimberly Green, the Deputy Public Defender assigned to the Reiner case. I want to say that on behalf of the entire Public Defender's Office, we are incredibly sorry and understand the pain and suffering that the Reiner family is going through at this time, as well as the entire Los Angeles community. The Public Defender's Office and the entire staff, our hearts at this time go out to the entire family. We hope that the community will also understand that this is a challenging time for the entire legal process. We ask for your patience, your understanding as we navigate this process through the legal system, and that we will be available as we can be to address your questions when appropriate. Thank you. We learned, I believe last night or yesterday, that we were being substituted in.
Wow.
I'm going to let Ms. Green answer that.
I spoke to him briefly this morning, but we haven't had a chance to discuss anything. I spoke to Mr. Reiner briefly this morning. He was understanding that there was going to be a change in counsel. We haven't had any in-depth conversation. I have not. We'll discuss that with Mr. Reiner and see how to proceed.
No more rhymes. I mean it. Anybody want a peanut?
It's not
Great
uncommon
movie,
for private counsel
Princess
to refer
Bride.
cases to us, so no, but nothing about that would complicate the situation. I have talked to him for only 30 seconds, so I have no idea.
The public defender saying they had a brief moment, nothing in detail.
30 seconds this morning. I have no comment about his mental state. I have not. We've had no contact with the family. I don't think they were aware that this was going on until this moment.
At this point in time, Ms. Green will look
Oh
into
my
the case,
goodness,
speak
look
with
who
Mr.
it
Reiner,
is.
And if you have any further questions, reach out to our media team once we have more information ourselves. This just happened today, and my understanding is he
Shrekky's
was
on
aware
the
of it.
right in there.
Ms. Green spoke with
Hey,
him, as you
Shrekky.
heard, and as soon as we have more information that we can share, we will share it.
Thank you. No further questions at this time. Thank you.
There you go. No further questions at this time.
You can direct any further questions to our media. Green with an E at the end.
Shrekky the Clout Goblin. Definitely there. Not a journalist, by the way. Oh boy. Look at this. What a chidru. I'm just curious why someone with a cane has it hanging off their bag rather than using it, but that's just me. What a snake. What a disgusting snake. Here we go. Nathan Hotchel taking the mic.
Good morning. My name is Nathan Hochman. I'm the District
Oh,
Attorney
Hochman.
of Los Angeles
Hotchel.
County. With me is Habib Balian. He is the Assistant Head Deputy of Major Crimes. He will be prosecuting this case.
All right.
I'm here to make 3 points, and then I will not be taking questions afterwards. In our criminal justice system, every defendant is entitled to a lawyer who will zealously represent their interests and do so effectively. So too is Nick Reiner, whether it's Ellen Jackson, someone from the Public Defender's Office, or any lawyer. He's entitled to that lawyer, and we'll make sure he gets that lawyer.
That is true.
Second point.
He is
in the
entitled.
process of dealing with that lawyer, we will make sure, the DA's office will make sure, that that lawyer is provided with full discovery of all the facts that pertain to this particular situation, whether it's interviews, whether it's any type of video, whether it's any type of expert reports. We'll make sure that that lawyer gets the facts necessary to effectively represent their client in a court of law. And third point, we are fully confident that a jury will convict Nick Reiner beyond a reasonable doubt of the brutal murders of his
Shots
parents,
fired.
Rob Reiner and Michele Singer Reiner, and do so unanimously. Thank you very much.
Statement from the DA. Oh, now they got the cane. Now they're using the cane. Doesn't even know what's going on. Oh, Madon.
I'll text you later if you got time for coffee. Maeve, nice to see you.
So we're going to keep an eye on any more statements coming here. There is a press conference in Minneapolis.
Around right now, and we collectively are going to do everything possible to get to the bottom of this, to get justice, and to make sure that there is an investigation that is conducted in full. But what we do know
Live press conference
is that
from Minneapolis.
a 37-year-old woman is dead and that she was shot by ICE. We've dreaded this moment.
What appears
since
to be a cane faker.
Early stages of this ICE presence in Minneapolis. Not only is this a concern that we've had internally, we've been talking about it. They are not here to cause safety in this city.
I hear like,
oh, a little bit of a cutaway here. I think we're going to get back
They
to
are
this.
doing
There
is
we go.
causing chaos and distrust.
I was ready. I had something to go.
They're ripping families apart. They're sowing chaos on our streets. And in this case, quite literally,
Trekkie, the Somali agitator,
killing people. So,
what's up, Mopes?
They are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense.
I hope you're feeling okay today.
Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is bullshit.
Whoa!
This was an agent recklessly using power that resulted in somebody dying.
Oh boy.
Getting killed. As soon as it happened and we learned of the incident, we had several priorities. The first, of course, was to get the victim to the hospital and to get care as soon as possible. And to the family, I'm so deeply sorry. There's nothing that I can say right now that's going to make you or your relatives or the friends of the victim feel any better. There were, I believe, 2 Minneapolis police officers that responded and were in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. The second was to get ICE off of the scene. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of ICE and federal officers that were there at the time. Having them there was only causing more chaos. Having them there was only making a difficult situation even more problematic, and one that, yes, they created themselves. There's little I can say, again, that'll make this situation better, but I do have a message for our community, for our city, and I have a message for ICE.
Uh-oh. What?
Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. People are being hurt.
Yeah, but they're running their cars at them, buddy.
Families are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city, to our culture, to our economy are being terrorized, and now somebody is dead. That's on you. And it's also on you to leave. It's on you to make sure that further damage, further loss of life and injury is not done. We're going to be working towards justice as quickly as we possibly can right now, and justice is what we've all got to get. Next, the message to our community. Look, we all know that the agenda of this Trump administration is to create chaos. Let us respond right now with our best versions of self. This is a moment where all of us in Minneapolis and beyond, we can rise to the occasion.
Like and subscribe, guys. Like and subscribe. Double tap that device. Give me a double boot.
Bravery, love, and compassion that makes Minneapolis, Minneapolis, and that makes America, America. We are better than a bunch of ICE agents being deployed to cities around the country and ripping apart families and communities. We're better than that. And so we are going to meet that hate with love. We are going to meet that despair with hope. We are going to meet that injustice with constitutional justice ourselves. And we're going to make sure that in this very difficult moment, we do not take the bait that these ICE agents are trying to create and that the federal government, to be clear, wants. They want us to respond in a way that creates a military occupation in our city. They want an excuse to come in and show the kind of force that will create more chaos and more despair. Let's not let them. Let's rise to this occasion. Let's show them something far more beautiful than the kind of division that they're trying to stoke. Let's show them unity. of purpose, of love, and the courage of our conviction. Our conviction, to be clear, is rock solid, and it is for our neighbors, all of our neighbors. It's for people who have lived here for 80 years. It is for new immigrants who have made this city a better place.
Oh, boy.
That's the kind of love that we're going to show up with right now. If you're angry, I get it. I am too. If you're feeling that kind of despair, it's understandable. Let's show them who we can be. Let's show up with peace. To march, to protest, to hug one another,
ICE did
to
show up
love
with the
all
peace.
the way with peace.
They
Do
showed up
not
with the
give
peace.
them what
They
they
had
want.
a couple of them. Hit the like button. Thank you.
Finally, you know, we've got a lot of work that needs to happen right now to make sure that, first, of course, the scene was secured as much as possible, that we were able to get the victim, now deceased, to the hospital. We've got a lot of work to do in the coming days. I want to thank our city enterprise for the work that they have done, but more importantly, what they're about to do, because this is going to be heavy, and our city has been through a lot. We also know that we're prepared to do right for people. Among them is our chief of police. I'll invite him up.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N-O''H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. This morning,
Doing a great job, sir.
Minneapolis police officers received a report of federal law enforcement being involved in a deadly force incident, meaning shots had been fired. Minneapolis police officers responded to the scene. We arrived and found a woman with a gunshot wound to the head. Life-saving measures were performed at the scene, including CPR. The woman was transported to Hennepin County Medical Center, where she has since been pronounced deceased. The preliminary information that we have indicates that this woman was in her vehicle and was blocking the roadway on Portland Avenue, midway between 33rd Street and 34th Street in the city. At some point, a federal law enforcement officer approached her on foot, and the vehicle began to drive off. At least 2 shots were fired. The vehicle then crashed on the side of the roadway. Minneapolis police officers secured the crime scene and assisted in trying to preserve the evidence that is there. We have since turned over the scene both to the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well as the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, which will be conducting an investigation into this use of deadly force. I want to thank the mayor, city council president, other members of the city council, state legislators that were on the scene. This has been a very difficult time for everyone in the city. And this is obviously a very, very tragic situation where a woman has lost her life. That being said, in addition to this tragedy, which unfortunately we did predict, we were seriously concerned about further escalation from the scene. And I want to thank the elected officials that came themselves to help us prevent that from happening, as well as the individuals on that scene that remained peaceful and that abided by law enforcement instructions so that we could preserve that scene and ensure that a full and transparent investigation can take place. That being said, I just echo the mayor's comments that we ask that the community continue to call for peace. We understand people are going to be upset about what happened, and people are going to want to exercise their First Amendment rights. But please do so safely and lawfully to ensure that we do not have any further tragedy in this city or destruction. Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, council members. Commissioner, I'll open it to questions.
Thank you very much.
Any idea
Very serious.
on the identity of the ICE officers who fired those shots at this point?
I don't have that information, no. The question was, is there an identity of the ICE officer that fired? I do not have that.
Do you get any daycare kickbacks?
Verify where the ICE officer stopped a
position from helping the lady who was shot. Is that true? We've seen videos all over social media that someone tried to help this lady, and they were pointing guns at and told to get away. Do you know about that at all?
So the question was, there's information out there that people tried to help the woman that was shot, and ICE officers then pointed guns at them and told them to leave. I do not have that information. I myself saw a video.
They're not cops. They're federal agents. They have different protocols.
Of the shots being fired as the car.
Let's check the temperature again. Put a 1 in the chat if you support ICE. Put a 2 in the chat if you do not. Let's check the temperature here, guys. Hit that like button.
Was driving.
We'd love to hear everyone's opinion.
Away. What I can tell you is the narrative that this was just done in self-defense is a garbage narrative. That is not true. It has no truth. And it needs to be stated very clearly, since we have already seen a video of it. I do not know as to what you're talking about.
So, Mayor, she wasn't driving.
Over here.
Come on up,
she wasn't driving the car toward him, using her vehicle as a weapon.
That does not appear to be the case at all.
What's the city's protocol when an observer or an activist calls 911? They say an agent's phone, or an agent's pointing a gun at them. How does the city of Minneapolis handle that situation or consider that?
Repeat it one more time. I missed the first part of what you said. I'll turn it over to the chief. Yeah.
What does the city do when someone calls 911 and a federal agent's pointing a gun at them? That sort of thing.
I'll turn it over to the chief. The question is, what does someone do when a federal agent is pointing a gun at them, Chief?
You don't move.
So, if I heard you correctly, the question is about when people call 911, what is the city's protocol in these situations? We've had a very dramatic increase in 911 calls related to this activity. We have
God loves the cartels.
A protocol in place that has been evolving as the situation has been changing. And at this time, there is a designated supervisor that is on duty 24/7 that fields those calls. And we do everything that we can to ensure that they are appropriately prioritized, with the priority being placed upon the protection of life and safety of everyone in the community.
Can you tell us any more about the woman who was fatally shot? Was she
Can you tell us why a federal agent would pull their weapon?
there as a legal observer, protester, bystander? What do you know that you can share?
So the question was, what can I share about the deceased? There is nothing to indicate that this woman was the target of any law enforcement investigation or activity. This woman was in her car, and it appears then blocking the street because of the presence of federal law enforcement, which is obviously something that has been happening not just in Minneapolis, but around the country. She appears to be a middle-aged white woman.
Chief, just about a month ago, you said these unplanned and questionable tactics by federal agents would result in someone being killed at a press conference right here. Do you consider today's tactics in line with that, or do you just have a generic response to the fact that somebody is now dead?
The question is that I had previously made several statements about being concerned about the tactics being employed. I am obviously very concerned that I have been told that a woman who was sitting in her car blocking the street and not the target of any enforcement activity is now deceased. However, I do not know, to be clear, I do not know the exact circumstances of the shooting, but I would tell you, in any professional law enforcement agency in the country, I think they would tell you it's obviously very concerning whenever there's a shooting into a vehicle of someone who's not armed. But it also is something
the vehicle is a weapon, by the way.
Is possible.
A deadly weapon.
At times, it is justified. But it is very concerning, and it's something that most law enforcement agencies in the country train very intensely to try and minimize the risk that law enforcement officers get placed into a situation that the need for deadly force would be necessary.
Has there been any indication of that this?
I didn't hear the question, I'm sorry.
Has there been any indication of the need to shoot into the vehicle?
The question was any indication about the need. I guess getting back to the justification of this, I have not seen
Breaking live from
any information
Minneapolis.
other than what I have communicated.
Was she alone in the car? Were there children in the car with her?
The question was if she was alone in the car. I know that I got there shortly after this call came in. I did not see anyone else with her while I was on the scene. However, I've since been told by our officers that have been with her the entire time that a spouse has arrived at the hospital.
Mayor, just curious if you're thinking about contacting federal authorities to register your concerns about this, personally making phone calls, etc.
Yes, we've been on the phone all morning. As soon as we learned about this, again, there were a series of priorities that we needed to go through. The first, of course, is to keep people safe and to help the victim.
Everybody hit that like button for me.
The second was to get ICE off of the scene.
Subscribe to the
There
channel,
was the
share
notion
this out.
that ICE agents would be necessary to create a perimeter around the scene itself. They themselves were creating the kind of dysfunction and chaos that they claimed to be trying to help with. And so the message that we delivered very clearly was to make them leave. Now, beyond leaving the scene, they should also leave our city and our state.
Oh, no.
You know, we do work, our chief does work, our sheriff does work every single day to keep people safe in our city and in our
He's
state.
coming out without seeing any of the footage, without getting any reports. He is just so, you know, he's got his own agenda. This is kind of disgusting.
And crime is dramatically down. Crime is down. It continues to trend down. They are doing the hard work of investigating, of arresting perpetrators of violent crime.
Would you consider daycare fraud crime?
What this federal administration is doing right now
Alleged daycare fraud
is not about creating safety. Do not let them tell you that what they are doing is about creating safety. It is not. It is having the opposite impact. We need to be clear-eyed about the work that is moving forward, and they need to leave Minneapolis.
We have time for one or two more questions.
Mayor, you may know this with your legal background. If a shooting is
They're not going anywhere. We're gonna send more.
found to not be justified, does the city have any legal, or the state rather, have any legal recourse to bring charges against this ICE agent, given that this person is a federal agent, if the feds don't?
So, obviously, and I have to always lead with this caveat, because it is true, an investigation still does need to be conducted.
Oh, there you go.
I had my perception of what took place based on the vehicle and the vehicle's positioning.
Okay.
It does not appear that...
So you don't know. Okay.
The individual is trying to ram anybody. Now, the question was, if it is in fact found to be an unjustified shooting, who issues the charge, who prosecutes, how does justice take place? I don't know the answer in full to that. This is obviously information that we're still working out. Chief,
I'll tell
do
you
you have
what's going to happen. The federal agent will not be charged. How's that?
any additional information, or Commissioner? Yeah.
The only thing I would add to the mayor's statement is that the crime scene was held by the Minneapolis Police Department, and the investigation is now being led jointly by the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well as the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. And the purpose of their involvement would be to investigate whether any state laws within the state of Minnesota have been violated.
One more.
Can I just add something to that too? What's very important is that for our communities that we do have some kind of part in this investigation. It needs to be done on a local level. With all due respect to the federal level, we do need to make sure that our local agencies are involved. Most certainly the BCA is very well capable of working with our federal partners in doing so. That is something that is needed for our communities.
Are you telling me she's like a high-ranking police officer?
And so that's something that I can tell you that there's already been conversations from the U.S. Attorney's Office to the BCA that have already taken place today. How that's going to roll out, we don't know yet, but we are making sure that there is some kind of local entity namely the BCA, that has a part in this investigation for the purposes of transparency and expedient transparency as to what happened today?
One more.
Sorry.
I think she had pudding on her shirt.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, everybody.
Again, thank you everybody for coming. Thank you to the media for being here and disseminating this very important information around this tragic incident. To reiterate a final message to our community members, I understand the anger. Let's unite around hope and love and peace and getting justice. That's what we need to be doing right now. I appreciate the service from everybody up here.
He is leading this as if, you know, he has no facts. And he said it earlier. This is just his perception. This is the mayor of Minneapolis. Okay?
Well, as the 435,000 people that call Minneapolis home.
Get out of here.
Got some housekeeping for you in just a moment after everyone leaves.
And welcome back to our live continuing coverage of this breaking news that we've been following all morning in Minneapolis, an ICE-related shooting. This now the first time that we're really hearing some more details from law enforcement.
Yeah, we know that the call was made maybe about 10 o'clock this morning, so just about 3 hours or so ago. In that press conference, we did get some more information about this woman who was, we know, at this point shot and killed by ICE agents. We have learned that she is a 37-year-old white woman. She appeared to be in the vehicle alone, is what the police chief said, but the spouse has made it to the hospital. But we probably should take you back just a little bit about just some of the chain of events that have happened now that we have some of that information confirmed.
And interestingly, we really still haven't learned what the initial call was, why ICE was there in the first place, who they may have been looking for. But we know that while ICE agents were there, according to Mayor Fry, there were about a dozen or so plus agents there. And
stay out of their way.
And that, you know, we've seen there's some video out there. We're actually going to be showing it to you here shortly so you can see for yourself. But in the course of, you know, of them looking for somebody, people started to gather, crowd started to gather, more law enforcement shows up. And I'm not exactly sure at what point the incident happened with the woman in the vehicle, but we know that there was a woman in the vehicle, and according to again, you'll see the video for yourself and you can kind of watch. There are two narratives here. One from the Trump administration, which we'll read to you in a second, and then one we just heard from local law enforcement. Okay, and Ryan's telling me that we are actually ready to show the video. So before we layer too much context here, why don't we just let you watch this? But we're going to do this in a very sort of deliberate way. Let people know that this is video we're showing for the first time. You're not going to see it a lot on our air because we want to make sure that when we're showing it, we're doing it with a purpose. So there's no audio here as well, and you're going to see this sort of play out. So just a warning to those who may not want to see this. You can see the vehicle there. That's law enforcement pulling up in the pickup.
And it is the Honda Pilot that we should be focused on here. It's about a purplish reddish color here. So let's take a look.
Agent walking up. And then there's another agent. I don't know if you can see that one right there.
Yeah, three agents involved. One was kind of closer to the front of the vehicle. The other kind of pulled on that driver's side door handle there.
So again, there's no audio here. We don't know what's being said. We don't know really anything else about this woman other than we know that she was not the target of the initial investigation. That was confirmed by the police chief. But there are some other
they do look a little rough.
Other angles of this as well that are being looked at. So that's kind of one pass of the video. And again,
put a 1 in the chat if you saw her drive towards a federal agent, because I sure did.
Right. Okay. Thanks for letting us know. Sorry. So there is some audio to this, and if you go online, you can see. So now you can see the vehicle is crashed. And according to law enforcement here in the Twin Cities, that woman was shot, and then the vehicle drove into the snow there, as you can see. So this is kind of the aftermath right now. This video is turned the other way. We want to just show you what's happening. We didn't have a lot on the front end of this, and every time we show video, we kind of like to show prior the incident and then as much after. But this is what we have, so we wanted to show it to you in full.
And this is also the first time that we are seeing this as well. So we're kind of just watching this together along with you. But as you can see there, you see all these houses and these homes along Portland Avenue. We know that this is a residential area.
He was driving at a federal agent trying to get away. There's no reason for her to try and get away. She should be complying with what they're saying, which was likely turn off the car because he was reaching for the door and pulling open the door. Are you stupid?
Again, we don't know much about this woman, just that she's 37 years old. We don't know if she was an observer.
If you're not, hit the like button.
Because that's the thing too. So a lot of these ICE agents were out there, and they say observers were out there as well. These are people that are just documenting what is going on. And so we know from the police chief's perspective, he just says that he knows that she was a woman that was in her car and she was blocking the road. Yeah. And that's about all the information that we know.
Okay, Ryan, you let me know when this is played out completely or how close we are.
She was blocking the road. The agents went up to try and open the door to get her out of the car, okay, because they were likely going to arrest her. There was a federal agent in front of the vehicle, and she gunned it while the other one was trying to open the door. Can't do that.
Oh, there's a couple minutes left because I just wanted to also read, because we haven't had a chance to do this, the statement from Kristi Noem, the Department of Homeland Security, if I could as well. Do you want me to do that right now, Ryan, or do you want me to wait just a minute? Okay. Okay, so let's just watch this for a moment. Again, this is the aftermath.
Your eyes are goofy.
So we're just getting, it's a tale of two sides here at this point. In the press conference with the mayor along with the police chief, very harsh words from the mayor, using profanity, telling ICE to pretty much get out of our city. And right now, as he's saying that, we are looking at a live picture right now. FBI agents, of course, circulating this scene here as this crime tape is up, as they investigate that vehicle, that purplish reddish vehicle that you saw.
Live
in that vehicle
breaking news
there, that ICE agents shot at that woman who was driving that vehicle. She then hit what looks like a pole there. This is on Portland and 34th in Minneapolis. And now what we have at this moment is some FBI agents pretty much taking pictures and investigating some of the belongings in the vehicle, also taking some pictures as well.
And it obviously didn't show anything critical. It was just the outside of the vehicle.
We have a couple of crews on the scene. Our Corin Hoggart has been there pretty much all morning, as well as our Karen Scullen, and we'll be checking in with them here in just a couple of moments as well, just trying to get a feel for what's happening. So we're talking about the timeline of this. I'd mentioned off the top, unsure of exactly when that happened, but you could clearly see there were not any crowds gathered at that point. This was very early on when there were only ICE agents on the scene at that time, and then Minneapolis police and other local law enforcement.
We love it. We love it, Paul.
Enforcement then
We don't turn off chat here.
Responded at the
We let it cook.
point at which there were shots fired, which is in their purview. As many of you know, there are separation ordinances that law enforcement locally cannot assist in or help unless it gets to the point where there is some sort of car accident or damage to property or life, something like that. So that is why eventually here, after this happens, you're going to see the local law enforcement come in. One other interesting thing that I thought I noticed early on when things were getting really heated, this was in the 10 o'clock hour, close to 11 a.m., the crowds were really swelling, and you could just feel, even if you couldn't hear, you could just feel the tension starting to build. Protesters were jumping in front of the law enforcement vehicles as they were trying to...
But even though I can't answer everybody, super chats get you right to the front of the line, and I'll put it right in the screen, and I'll read and I'll respond to it.
Law enforcement was, being, aggressive with them and trying to get them out of the way because they were blocking. Things just looked like they were ramping up. And then you saw, in front of a home there, you saw some city council members from Minneapolis who were talking with law enforcement. And I believe it was the mayor or maybe it was the police chief who really said that was key in keeping things sort of calm.
Yeah, because we did see Chavez out there, along with several other council members from the Minneapolis City Council, kind of gathering that information, putting that information online as well. We mentioned some of the accounts on the ground there. Corin, as also mentioned, he was out there this morning. He talked to a witness. I believe the witness was inside of his home. He said he was, getting his child ready for the morning, and so he kind of talked through what exactly happened. And some of that we actually saw in that video there, the pulling of the door handle again, this shooting there as well. But yeah, Amy, as you mentioned, things did really get intense. We saw some of the people who were out there throwing snowballs at some of those ICE agents as they tried to get in the car. They then, it looked like some sort of pepper spray and then some smoke as well there, just to try to disperse the crowd and get people back to kind of contain that situation and what was going on.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of you may be seeing this kind of thing for the first time. Maybe some of you have been out protesting or being a constitutional observer. Some of you just seeing these things, but to see it sort of play out live like that, not really know what was going to happen next, was it's this interesting line between these ICE operations and protesters and bystanders, this new world that we're living in. Our Paul Bloom is in the newsroom.
You must comply with law enforcement, especially federal agents.
Wanted to check in with him and Paul. I think you can look at that video and clearly different people are going to look at that same video and come away with different takes on it.
They sure are, no doubt, Amy and Simone. This was a witnessed incident, and there are several different videos from slightly different angles, so clearly people were out there videotaping what was occurring. I know you just played the video without audio. I have in the newsroom listened to it, viewed it, and I think as the mayor and the police chief filled in some of the holes during their news conference, it appears to be a woman, again, an observer, if you will, or certainly someone who was perhaps they had their car perpendicular in the roadway. It appeared that officers went up, ordered her to move, then ordered her to open the door, and that is when she took off.
They were telling her to shut off the vehicle and to get out of the vehicle.
Is an agent, the ICE agent, who eventually pulls the trigger several times in the roadway. And this is where, depending on how you look at it, depending what agency is looking at it, you certainly heard the mayor called DHS's version of events BS. There is an agent in the roadway. There's an open window. Car sort of gets moving, peels out. I want to be careful with my verbiage. Makes a right turn. The agent open fires into the window. That car rolls down the road just a little bit further, and that is where it crashes into another vehicle, and they eventually get medical care. And as we now know, the 37-year-old woman perished. She died from the gunshot injuries from that incident. So there is video. The investigation will obviously play out. And Ryan, in our booth, wants to tell me now that we can play it with some audio. Why don't we roll that for you now?
No!
They are telling her to get out of the car, and she went right at him.
And there it goes. We're just going to play the very initial, seconds or so there.
Minneapolis.
But there's this
from Fox 9
apparent effort Perhaps ICE was moving down the
And this
road.
is
You can see that
obviously
one,
for
I believe it's a pickup truck. Yeah,
commentary
the
and
pickup
news
truck. That's
reporting
ICE trying to
purposes.
get down the road. The woman again begins with a car in a perpendicular position. I don't know how exactly that would have happened, but she did appear to perhaps be blocking ICE's progress towards a target, towards a destination. I don't know.
And everybody hit that like button.
Agents got out. They were angry. They ordered her to leave. They reached for her door a couple of times, and that is when she kind of...
Feel free to put in the chat what you saw. If you want me to read it out loud and put it in the screen, super chats get you to the front of the line.
Peels out to the right, and then there is an agent right there who opens fire into the window.
She should have listened.
And she is subsequently killed. So this video will be...
You cannot interfere with law
closely
enforcement.
scrutinized by people on all sides, investigators. Hennepin County Attorney's Office has chimed in with commentary about wanting a local investigation. We heard during the news conference that the FBI...
What I saw is her driving away towards a federal agent after they gave her a command, very likely to get out of the car. That's what I saw.
With the BCA, we'll take a
dislike button's the thumbs down. Please hit it.
Look at the investigation, the use of force. Authorities at that news conference didn't appear to know exactly what could transpire on a potential charging decision when you have a federal agent working an operation in the city of Minneapolis. But no doubt, Amy, Simone, this was very much a witnessed event, a documented event. And now, whether you call it finger pointing, clearly there's anger. There was an emphasis from the city to get ICE agents out of there. They were the targets of the protests that quickly developed around there. Karen Scullen was out in it. Chemical irritants needed to be used to at least push back some of the gathering crowd. And it didn't make the news last night, but we had, in our newsroom, took a look at an incident yesterday where we now understand there was a car crash where ICE perhaps was pursuing somebody out in Eden Prairie, and there was a car crash from a fleeing we believe a target of the ICE investigation. There was a mashup at an intersection there, and I saw some of the aftermath video from witnesses who quickly turned their disdain and anger and angst towards the ICE agents. People very much concerned over these last several weeks since the surge began about the way ICE...
No doubt, this is a horrible situation. It should have never happened.
Conducted its business. You know, the chief warned that this day could happen, and clearly now the city of Minneapolis is responding and reeling from what took place there in the Powderhorn neighborhood earlier this morning.
Yeah, that's what's so ironic is, Police Chief Brian O'Hara just hosting his, year in review meeting yesterday for 2025. And he literally, in that same press conference, just said his fear is that something of this nature, of this capacity, could happen. As we know, they have said this is the largest immigration enforcement operation that we have seen. 2,000 agents deployed here to the Twin Cities, and now this happens here today.
And when you don't have a system of communication, right? It's a federal operation, and there are agents coming in from other states. We know just from talking with some police chiefs that in Minneapolis and St. Paul that there are local federal agents that they know and they work with often, but then others are coming in. Some other ICE agents are coming in from other places. They don't know them, and there is not an infrastructure of communication intentionally by many, including cities like Minneapolis. So it kind of felt like a recipe for disaster is what, the police chief and mayor have been saying, Paul.
And the city officials have sort of made the point that, this isn't necessarily in their minds about safety. There's no collaboration. Do we need to chase people down the street? These are, perhaps people who have entered this country illegally. Are there other ways to go about an operation to take the dangerous ones off the street? Seeing them
blocking their exit already put them in harm's way.
At courthouses, at immigration check-ins, at visiting them at their homes, and this is what city officials worried about. But we don't know exactly what was taking place this morning, but there was some operation where ICE, people are being, you follow them on social media, people are literally, shadowing ICE as they leave their headquarters at the Whipple building right by the airport, Bloomington, that South Minneapolis little corridor near the airport. People are following them. People are watching them. People are watching their every move. wouldn't shock you to see somebody perhaps try to block a roadway if they felt someone was trying to get away from an ICE traffic stop, if that is in fact what occurred this morning. It's creating dangerous situations is the argument from City Hall. I don't think this is a proper way to go about an immigration enforcement. And today it is the nightmare ending that the police chief has spoken about, that the mayor worried about, and now this, and then we'll have to see how.
Site commander will pull them off the scene, and they will not say a word about it, and that's part of the protocol.
The community responds. I think getting ICE out of there from what they're calling a crime scene now, right? It's a crime scene now. There's an active investigation into law enforcement's use of force. It's a new territory, certainly for the folks involved. The mayor, who's the attorney himself, didn't quite know exactly sort of the legal processes here that take place. The FBI and the BCA now probing the shooting itself. I think it's important to reiterate there are videos. There seems to be videos from several different angles, and the shooting itself. And then Fox 9 has chosen to show it sparingly and perhaps without the audio because there is obviously a woman killed in the frames and vulgar language left and right, and it's just a difficult day now for that Powderhorn neighborhood that we were
and obviously
just flying
those critical moments were not shown in. That was not graphic detail, so.
We're in that video we showed you a second ago.
We are live.
Yeah, and in that video we saw several people of the community, and as you mentioned, we don't know how the community is going to respond to this. And we know the mayor's hope, the chief's hope is that people remain calm and remain safe as well. Paul, thank you for talking us through some of that video there. Please stay with us. I'm sure we'll check in. We have so many videos to go through in our newsroom, so glad to have you with us. Hopefully you'll join us in just a couple of moments. We want to get to Corin Hoggard, though, because Corin has been out on the scene for hours now. At this point, Corin, I know you had been talking to people on the ground there. We had an interview that you played for us maybe about an hour or so ago. What does it look like right now? Because from the
This
aerial
is live
view,
from Minneapolis, an ICE-related shooting has happened today, ending up in a fatality.
Look like a lot of the community members still on scene, of course, as well as the FBI as they investigate what has happened here.
Yeah, I had the chance to move since the last time I was on the air, and now we can kind of see a block further down south on 34th here in Portland that there is still quite an active scene. We can see Hennepin County Sheriff's, Minneapolis Police are trying to keep the peace out here, and what is going on, aside from the protests out here, is that you see them right there. That is FBI here on the scene. We are also seeing the BCA out here, and what they're doing is conducting their investigation. So I've seen them going door to door and, talking to the folks who live here. Some of the same people I've been
Quality Leering Center.
Been talking to this morning, and they're looking for video, as we have been looking for video as well. Just saw a snowball thrown right there at one of these Hennepin County Sheriff's deputies. The scene over here right on 34th is been nonstop protest here, just kind of, targeting the Minneapolis police for doing what their job is out here, which is to keep the peace and, keep the protests from, going into a violent nature, crossing these lines and potentially, becoming a powder keg out here. So these folks obviously have, a high level of anger at what they saw out here, and now they're taking it out on, the sheriff's deputies and the police officers out here instead of the ICE agents who were kind of taken away from the scene quite a while back at this point. There are very few, if any, of their vehicles still out here. I haven't seen an ICE agent in the last hour and a half, but the police are still out here, the FBI and the BCA conducting their investigation. As Paul kind of referenced, and hopefully I won't fall on the ice out here as I try to move, but as Paul kind of referenced, Hennepin County DA Mary Moriarty may be the one who would try to pursue some criminal charges in this case, which is what a lot of these protesters are asking for. And so, yeah, I can see the vehicle now from where I'm standing where this all happened. I think we've seen the video here where she was on the street, and some agents kind of came on either side of her vehicle. And as she started moving away, the gunshots were fired. I'm standing right there where she eventually crashed into another car, a telephone pole. And so that's the end of the scene. I can see the airbag is deployed. You know, looking at the back, there's quite a few bumper stickers on this vehicle. It looks like kind of a standard soccer mom SUV, but now empty here and with the airbag deployed, and you know, the investigation going on inside of that passenger door. As you see, some Minneapolis police officer walk up to it as we speak. So that's kind of the scene right now.
All right, thanks, Corin. We'll let you reset a little bit. In the meantime, we do want to continue our coverage with Fox 9's Leon Purvis as well. Leon, tell us where you are. I'm not familiar. Oh, it looks like you're right nearby there. So tell us what you've been gathering here.
So, Amy, we're actually right by where Corin was. Now, just take a look over here. Here's a closer look at the car. This is the car that looks like investigators are processing right now. It is from over here. It looks like a Honda Pilot. Now, many people have been out here since the incident happened this morning. And speaking to people here on the ground, they plan to be out here for several hours. They've been chanting things like telling Minneapolis police to go arrest ICE. And there's been many people chanting and just screaming at police here, different things, and again, people are upset about what happened here. They are emotional about it, and this is a very telling scene here. Even standing from right here, I could hear the
over 93,000 views on this live stream so far. Thank you very much for sticking with the program.
chants from over here.
Hit the like button. We're almost at 200 likes.
If we get a closer look to our right, if you don't mind, further journalists, get a closer look, see how people are just over here. They're all standing in this area. The intersection of 34th East and Portland is where a lot of them are right now, as police are in the center trying to keep the peace. But this has been ongoing for a number of hours here, and they don't plan to leave anytime soon. I even spoke to one of the organizers, and I asked them directly, how long do you plan to be out here? And they said that they planned to be out here until whenever they are done, or whenever they feel like they've been heard, they've been seen, and recognize that they believe that something should be done. Again, a lot of unanswered questions right now, but we're going to continue to be out here throughout the evening to see what exactly develops here. But again, it's just definitely been a long day for a lot of people. Amy, Simone?
Yeah, it's been a long day, and it's going to be an even longer day because, as you mentioned, they'll be there for hours along with some of those police officers there. Leon, thank you. But as we saw from his shot there, you can see a line of people just kind of standing around, and from this aerial viewpoint as well. A lot of community members out there. We know some observers were out there. When we say observers, we're talking about what has been called constitutional observers. These are people who are basically helping document some of this crackdown on undocumented immigrants in these communities. As we know that 2,000 agents were just deployed to the Twin Cities. It has been dubbed the largest immigration enforcement operation ever. All of this information just coming out yesterday. We know that Secretary Christine Noem, she was just here in some of those photos and videos as some of those operations were being done just yesterday. So again, you can imagine some of those people, maybe some of those observers, but then also likely just community members at this point hearing about some of what happened. We mentioned there's a lot of video online. So what people sometimes—
Wait a second, Mando. I have rabbit ears. Hold on.
Do when they see those videos, they react to them. They want to help. They want to be a part of it in some way. And law enforcement is in an interesting perspective here because we heard Police Chief Brian O'Hara talk about this yesterday of, this is my fear. I do not want this to happen. Someone could potentially die. And we have seen this today. And again, he just said that yesterday. But now you have it to where they have to respond to this, right? And now we get to the point of community members are asking, what's next? What does this investigation look like? And that might be a worry for some of the people out there, those community members, of, is this going to be held to the standard that I want it to be held to? Because we have been talking about, it's kind of the tale of two stories at this point. There are a lot of videos, and people's perspectives are going to be different coming out of those videos.
Yeah, that's why we kind of just want to let things play and allow people to watch them and kind of take things in themselves. And you bring up an interesting point about the people who are there, the bystanders, you know, people who are just kind of curious.
There will always be two sides to these kind of arguments, both for and pro law enforcement and anti-law enforcement. That's very understandable.
Right, this is a residential
people who
area,
live in the area who know the people involved. Perhaps there are the constitutional observers now, as this has become kind of part of our vernacular. We're learning that there are people who are learning how to safely protest, effectively protest, and keep people safe and support family members. And then, of course, you know, generally speaking, as we've covered these for years and years, there are bad actors too. There are people who are just there to create chaos as well and escalate tensions. One of the people that I was hoping to talk to today, and I believe we've got her on the line, is somebody that I have been, this couple of groups I've been following here in the course of these ICE operations, because if you kind of just watch carefully, there are groups on the ground here locally who are really trying to educate people on how to stay safe while they're protesting, but yet not compromise the passion that they're feeling for things. Marie Purcell joins us now. She's with Veterans for Peace, a group here locally that has about 100 members. Thank you for joining us, Marie. Just first and foremost, I guess.
Veterans for Peace.
Just how are you feeling as you're watching this all unfold today?
Yeah, thanks for having me. I think a lot of us that have been trying to show up and serve as constitutional observers or like legal observers and exercise our First Amendment rights in that way are feeling shaken, but also fairly unsurprised at this escalation now. ICE agents have been escalating their tactics of intimidation and violence against us and our ability to do that. And so I apologize in advance. I'm coming onto this program just really quite shaken, but hoping to provide some perspective.
Yeah, and since you say that, you know, you kind of feel like you're hitting a wall, at this point, we see from the aerial view at the scene right now at 34th and Portland, a lot of people out there. What is the way to express that? If you feel like you have, you know, I'm out here, I'm trying, I'm being safe in the way that I want to express my constitutional right, what is next?
A very unfortunate choice.
How do we do this?
Yeah, I think that I'm struggling a little bit because of the police chief's, Minneapolis PD's police chief's words, O'Hara. I'm feeling frustrated because we, and in the community safety side, we have been attempting to make everybody aware around the escalation of ICE tactics and ICE behavior against constitutional observers known, and unfortunately it's fallen on deaf ears. We have a whole entire team and system of safety that's dedicated to documenting illegal ICE activity in the Twin Cities metro area. And some of the stories and some of the testimony that I read on there is absolutely devastating. And so I would say part of the reason I'm feeling unsurprised is because it has been getting worse and worse, and especially since we've seen
live
the
from
descent of all of
Minneapolis,
these
live
new
coverage
agents into
today. An
city over the past
incident with ICE.
Few days here. I'm really unsurprised, but I'm also incredibly disappointed that it doesn't seem like our elected officials or these
And an unfortunate fatality, no doubt.
These agencies that we are told are here to protect us are doing anything whatsoever about ICE in our city, abducting our neighbors. And it's not, I want to be very clear, it's not just undocumented people who are being targeted by ICE. It is people who are attempting to produce papers, who are being violently detained, their windows broken open. It's very important that we document this, and so our efforts are really organized around getting as many regular people who care about community members out into the streets as possible. And yeah,
Marie, once people, if they do document, if they do have video or they're able to, you know, what do they do with that information? You had mentioned, I mean, are you bringing it to city councils, law enforcement?
And regardless of the choices, it is always tragic when someone loses their life in this manner.
You know, tell us a little bit more about what you're hearing back, or, you know, how can they, I guess, move things forward in that way?
I don't feel like law enforcement has listened to us at all. In fact, we have a lot of evidence of them protecting ICE, allowing them to do what seem to be like really very clear violations of our like local law, and we witnessed that a lot in our constitutional observations out of the Whipple building, which is ICE headquarters, both for local operations but also for the Upper Midwest regionally. And we see just day in and day out more and more illegal ICE activity. And I want to also be really clear, like some people are not comfortable talking with or sharing information with law enforcement because of the fact that there's no trust between community and law enforcement for the most part, and certainly no trust whatsoever between community members who are being targeted in law enforcement.
And Marie, as you're talking about that, we're looking at a live picture. Well, we were just.
I have a TBI, so I have light sensitivity, so that's why I wear that. It's very bright, these monitors. You know, I'm looking for some other glasses that are a little lighter, but got to protect my eyes from the screens in front of me.
A moment ago of that vehicle that we know was driven by a 37-year-old woman who has now passed away. It is on.
Yes, I sleep in them.
That tow truck right now. We do. Now, of course, we know FBI, BCA, all of these agencies on the scene here, as well as the sheriff's department, had been investigating this for the last few hours. So this vehicle will then be taken, but we're not sure, you know, when the crime tape will be taken down and then what this will look like afterwards. But of course, we'll play that out for you as that happens. But Maria, I did want to ask you, as you're talking about this, do you kind of just feel like you're just at an ending point where it's, you know, you have the question of what can we do at this point? If you're mentioning, you know, you have this team of dedicated people, you know,
they're nice shades. These are Ray-Bans. Very nice fit.
Documenting ICE, you're trying to go to, as you mentioned, you know, city council or the important people, we would say, in these positions. Where do you feel like you can go at this point, especially after seeing what happened here today in Minneapolis?
I think where we go from here is very clear, and it's where we've been going. Since ICE descended on the Twin Cities metro area here, we have seen an incredible response of regular people like myself, and many of my neighbors who I know dearly are out in the streets and doing this incredible.
I do it all for you. Hit the like button.
Community safety work. We have thousands of people that are plugged into rapid response networks, and over the past couple of days in this what they say 2,000 agents being deployed over the next month, the intensity of ICE activity in our community has reached a level that we've not even remotely seen in the previous weeks. And what I see is community members standing up stronger. The people that I work with, we say, you know, as scary as everything is that ICE is doing, and as scary as it is that our local elected officials, for the most part, and certainly our state and local police departments are doing nothing to stop it. As scary as that is, we are all feeling.
I do not take drugs, but if I did, this might be much more entertaining of a stream.
Incredibly motivated and brave together to continue our work and to continue to grow our rapid response network, so we can keep eyes on ICE. It's so important, and quite frankly, I'm a big believer in we need to get ICE out of our community. ICE should, in my mind, not exist. It has not been around for very long as a institution, and we did just fine without them, and we'll do just fine without them again once they no longer exist.
Marie, thanks for being with us. We, you know, again, wanted to kind of call out organizations like Veterans for Peace, which is what you're part of. 5051 is another one. Just sort of regular people who are passionate about something and want to try to do everything they can within their constitutional rights to make a difference here. Immigration Defense Network is another one, and I know they're doing sessions currently right now in about 5 different cities.
I love engaging with the chat.
Cities around the state on teaching people how to be constitutional observers to keep people safe and prevent something like this from happening again. Marie, thank you so much for your time today. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
She was a real bore.
Pleasure, and I hope anyone who's feeling angry and frustrated and knows what ICE is doing is wrong chooses to figure out how to get involved and how to participate in community defense, because we keep us safe.
Let's go, lady.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so as we mentioned, we have plenty of people on the ground here at the scene, including you can see right now,
Live on the
Karen
scene.
Scullid. Karen, you have a very interesting perspective. You've been there for several hours at this point. Also, one of the people who was caught in the pepper spray as well. How you doing, and can you tell us what's going on? Because it sounds like some protests, maybe some yelling behind you.
Right. I'll tell you a little bit about our experience this morning in just a moment. Right now, we have the cars involved, as you mentioned, being towed away. The victim's car already up on that first tow truck you can see over my right shoulder, and it looks like the one or two cars that victim crashed into also being towed away at this time. Now, I just had an interview with a 19-year-old man. It was a really interesting, good interview from his perspective. He was on the second floor. He was asleep. He awoke to the sounds of the ICE watchers, the whistles, the honking of the horn, that kind of thing. And that's what kind of got him up out of bed. And when he looked out the window, he witnessed the whole thing and what happened. He was very clear about who was where, when, and he had said that the victim in this case, the driver of that maroon SUV, was blocking Portland, so the ICE agents could not leave. She was perpendicular in the road. They could not leave. Some of the ICE agents, a couple of them got out of the car, approached her car, and that's when she was trying to leave and she backed up. There was an agent, he says, on the left kind of corner of her car, but near her window, and as she tried to pull forward, he says, to leave, that officer fired 3 times into her face. Now, when I asked him, was his hand in the window or outside the window? Was his hand actually inside the vehicle when he fired, when she tried to pull away? He said he wasn't sure. It was very close to the window. It could have been in, could have been out. He wasn't sure. But as you've seen in past cases of officer-involved shootings, we've seen that hand in the window become an issue on whether it was a justified shooting or not. A lot of folks around here say it wasn't justified. She wasn't a threat. She wasn't trying to run anybody over. But it's really unclear. I think that's probably going to end up being a crucial point in this. Was his hand inside the window as she was driving off? Was he fearing that he would be dragged away? And we don't know. There's a lot of video out there, and we're all obviously looking at it. It's very viral right now. There's tons of video. So everybody's kind of going through it. But I think that's going to end up being a crucial point. Now, Simone, you asked me earlier about our experience, and it was, you know, between ICE agents who were trying to leave and then protesters here who were protesting their presence. We were watching a vehicle, an ICE vehicle that was trying to leave. Protesters were blocking that vehicle, pounding on the windows as well. And at one point, as they were trying to leave, the protesters wouldn't move. They got pepper sprayed. We got caught in that chemical spray. And if you have contacts, it's 10 times worse. So it was, it's very, very painful. The skin, the eyes, and you're coughing and your nose is running like crazy. But we're fine. We're fine in the end. You know, eventually it wears off. You use water, milk, whatever. So we're all okay in the end. But that's been the story pretty much out here throughout the day, is the agitators and the protesters and the MPD, Hennepin County Sheriff out here, FBI, this back and forth between them. We did witness earlier the protesters throwing things at the agent, you know, snowballs, ice balls, other things at the agents. Agents were obviously getting very upset and frustrated with everything happening out here. But back here to these cars that are being towed away, I can't help but wonder if when they are towed away, if the police pack up and leave, because I believe they were here protecting the scene, protecting the cars, because obviously it's evidence in the shooting. And so I wonder if when the cars leave, the police leave, and then maybe this comes to an ending here at 34th and Portland. But that's pretty much the situation up here. I think I read there was a vigil here at 5 o'clock that's being organized. Still a lot of folks out here as well, kind of watching what's happening, watching the police, watching law enforcement, and still shouting, screaming, a lot of obscenities. Obviously very upset about the shooting this morning.
Yeah, Karen, I was wondering actually if the camera can move. What was Amy? Thanks for being with us. If the camera can kind of move a little bit. I don't know if we're able to see anything behind you, or we hear a lot of voices, but I'm curious exactly, you know, where they're coming from.
Oh, Melissa, we'll swing the camera.
Thank you, Melissa.
Yes, they're away from the cars being towed away, and that's where most of the gathering is. You can see there at 34th and Portland. Still have a lot of protesters here, a lot of people shouting, megaphones, loud sounds. People, I see somebody, I think, standing on a car or something, shooting maybe pictures. But this has been pretty much the story all day long. Obviously, a lot of media here as well. ICE agents moved out quite some time ago. I think they had a little difficulty getting out of here. Even Councilmember Wansley, City Council Member Wansley with Minneapolis, she was out here earlier saying, yeah, we don't want ICE here, we don't like ICE, but we need to let them leave because they're making the situation worse. So ICE was trying to get out of there, but they did have a very difficult time with people blocking their way out of the situation.
A very tragic day today in Minneapolis.
And now, I believe Leon, who is on the other side possibly of where you are, Karen, he mentioned possibly some people out there. Also, you mentioned snowballs and things like that that were being, targeted toward ICE agents earlier. Is that also, have you seen that too? I think he said he mentioned something about some people in the community also targeting, some of these MPD officers, sheriff's officials as well.
I, for one, wish she would have complied with the officer's order, the agent's order. I wish she did. I really do.
At this very moment, I don't see any of that. I can tell you I saw a lot of it earlier.
Yeah.
Right before we got sprayed, there was a lot of throwing things at ICE agents, and there was, I believe it was a woman pounding hard on the window of an ICE vehicle and eventually punched a hole in that vehicle. So there was definitely a lot of agitation going on, and then the ICE agents were obviously getting upset as they couldn't leave the scene.
Should he have put his hand on a different one?
And they were outnumbered, of course, but at this point, I don't see anyone throwing anything at this point. Just a lot of shouting for the most part.
Yeah, so we're a lot to learn here, and I guess that's the reason that they're having more and more of these constitutional observer sessions and trying to educate people on their constitutional rights. Clearly, just by law, we know that you're not able to, you're not supposed to impede the progress of these ICE agents. There are things that you just can't do according to law, whether you agree with them or not. And then, of course, when you see things happen, you may be seeing something but not seeing it through the eyes of like a law enforcement officer. So it's really hard for us to sort of narrate these things, and which is why we're trying not to do too much of that and just really show you what's going on. But right now, as Karen said, it looks like there's still a fair amount of people, although nothing near what it was a few hours ago, sort of in that 10 to 11 to 11:30-ish time frame, if things really started to get tense.
And we know with some of these observers too that you mentioned, they're going through these trainings about how to document some of what's going on, also how to write, use some of this language, and also how to use their phones as well. I believe we had a reporter who did one of the stories yesterday, I think it was Maury, who talked with someone about some of these trainings, because I think there was about 100 people in St. Paul specifically. Again, these are constitutional observers who are learning how to handle situations just like the one that we're looking at right now. So again, that's use of phone, how to document what's going on, your constitutional right that you have as you are standing there, maybe not too far from a police officer. And we know Police Chief Brian O'Hara also talked about that as well, of just the safe way to do that. And he says, you are more than welcome to, of course, utilize your right
hand was on his
to be there.
Service firearm to protect himself and his partners.
Just don't, basically get in the way of.
And no matter what decisions were made here, this is a tragic death that could have been avoided
while they're doing their job.
Yeah. Immigration Defense Network is the organization that is putting on those sessions if people are interested. Minneapolis was just, I believe, yesterday. There's one in St. Paul, Rochester, Mankato, and Duluth over the course of the next few weeks. So there's so many, just obviously so many layers to this. Clearly trying to educate people who want to be out there on how to stay safe, support the families that they want to support, and then also, like someone like Marie, who's a member of Veterans for Peace, trying to move, legislation in her words, and just really try to change the way that the laws are written right now, seeing some what she believes are injustices there. Also on the law enforcement side, we heard Chief Brian O'Hara talking about the increase in training right now, specifically in these types of First Amendment confrontations. His officers are going through it. We've talked to St. Paul, their officers are going through it. Really important that everybody is trying to follow the law. And then you throw in emotion and just the wild card of how things can escalate on both sides of things, on law enforcement sides and protester sides. So, and that's way more subjective.
And that's the hard part too, is because we know tensions are high at this point. People, you know, see politics and everything these days, right? So it's like you have people on both sides who think, you know, I'm all for this side or I'm all for this side, and things just kind of butt heads, and we see that happen a lot. So it'll be interesting to see what this incident today does for, you know, maybe across the country moving forward with some of these ICE operations that we have seen, because we know, again, thousands of agents deployed specifically to the Twin Cities at this, the largest operation they mentioned as well. We want to get to our Nathan O'Neill. He is at City Hall this afternoon. Nathan, what are you gathering right now as we are all, you know, looking at this scene together at 34th and Portland in Minneapolis?
Yeah, well, some of the most important information that's come out within the last hour came directly from Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara and the mayor when they spoke about an hour ago, like I mentioned, giving some really just the basic facts that we know about this case, which was that a 37-year-old woman is now dead after she was shot by an ICE agent, at least shot in the head, multiple shots that were fired according to police here. But that's basically the facts that we can report them as we know. We know this investigation is underway. The mayor came out. He said he had been on the phone with federal agencies all morning long, trying to kind of get to the bottom of this, express his concerns, and also send a very powerful message. He came out here and he talked about this message from DHS, which was trying to justify this shooting, claiming that this was a matter of self-defense. The mayor, quite frankly, used some very strong language and said that was BS. From what he has seen, from the videos he's seen, from the information that he's gathered, he does not believe that was the case, and that look at my notes here. He said that this was more of an example of an agent acting recklessly and using their power and abusing that in the moment, and using deadly force in a situation that unfortunately they predicted could happen as far as, you know, a month or so ago, whenever operations started kind of ramping up around the country. Police Chief Reiner.
I will tell you one thing. For stupid people who want to put comments that low-key threat, first of all, don't do that in this chat. And those things get reported to YouTube, and YouTube is compelled to report it to federal agents. So if you put something in like that about the president, well, I'll tell you, you might get a knock on your door, even if you put it in a chat. Don't be stupid. I don't want to see that happen to anybody in this chat. Okay? I do not want to see that. But that will fucking happen. Okay? You fuck around, you might find out.
Mayor kind of speculated and worried, quite frankly, that this could be the worst case scenario. And unfortunately, that is what has happened.
All right, thank you, Nathan. Sorry, we're gathering a lot here. We're listening to you, but we're also listening to Ryan, our producer, who's also in the booth as we're getting people situated in you know, a lot of different spots here. And again, as we're looking at that scene there as well.
Yeah, Nathan, we appreciate. We'll check back in with you here in just a little bit as we check in with our different reporters. We have several at the scene where this happened this morning, 34th East in Portland and Minneapolis. And as Nathan was saying, really the messaging, and I know this firsthand just from interviewing Chief O'Hara here in the course of the last couple of months, this is exactly what they had been dreading, is the way that the mayor put it. A situation like this where there is very little to no communication, really no communication ahead of time with local law enforcement because of separation ordinances, and then ICE agents coming in from different parts of the country, you know, and we don't want to characterize all ICE agents as, you know, something as good or bad, or
and
I know
this channel
the mayor
does not and never has condoned any, even implied threats of any kind of violence. We do not do that here.
very strong language and said, you know, get the expletive out. And there are very, very strong feelings toward these ICE agents. At the same time, he kind of said, let's greet this with love and compassion. So, you know, it's tough when emotions are involved here. But I think just important to point out, there's a lot of different agencies. The people who are still on the scene, the law enforcement who are still on the scene, our understanding is State Patrol has come in, perhaps for crowd control, MPD, FBI, and BCA. And so, you know, when you show up at a scene and ICE has departed, know that, you know, if you're angry at ICE, that these are the folks who are now kind of coming in to respond to things like crowd control and keeping property and lives safe.
I don't think that mayor is going to be voted in again. That's my opinion.
As well.
Yeah, the aftermath of what's happening. We've also been told that Governor Walz will hold a press conference at 2:15. Of course, we will take that to you live. We have our reporter Leon Purvis on the ground there at the scene at 34th in Portland. And Leon, you have a witness with you.
I like hot wings and cupcakes.
Right?
Yes, here I have with me Trevor Heitkamp. You witnessed the crash and the shooting this morning.
Yeah, that's correct.
Walk us through. Tell our viewers, what did you see?
So I woke up, stepped outside of my house to smoke a cigarette. I heard commotion from about a half a block away. I walked towards the scene, and there was a maroon Honda kind of sideways in the road.
In Minneapolis.
And people were shouting move your car, you're obstructing the road. And the car began to back up and then pull forward at maybe 2 miles an hour. And then someone started to shout, no, no. And then a moment later, 4 or 5 shots were fired into the vehicle. And at that point, I believe the person's foot hit the gas pedal pretty hard, and then it crashed into the nearest car on the opposite side of the street. And then after that, the surviving passenger got out of the car, covered in blood, and a man on the street claimed to be a doctor and was shouting, I'm a physician, I'm a doctor, allow me to provide emergency medical care. The ICE agents who were there said no, get back, get on the sidewalk. And while that was happening, a different agent was shouting, no pulse, no pulse. Within 2 minutes, emergency medical ambulances were here. They couldn't get in from the north side, so they got in from the east, parked around the corner. And I saw 2 ICE agents, presumably ICE agents, carry the body.
This live stream just went past 100,000 views. Thank you very much, everybody.
From the
I
vehicle
appreciate you being
halfway
here.
down
Hit
the
that like
block
button.
and around the corner to where the ambulance was, where the body was given.
This is one of very few chats where both sides are gladly heard.
CPR and then taken away.
Now, you mentioned you live around here. That was pretty gruesome to see.
Yeah, it was. This was maybe 4 or 5 houses down from where I live.
And what's your reaction to all this? Because you're filming this in real time.
Yeah, I started filming immediately once I got to the scene, because that's what they say you're supposed to do when this kind of thing happens. And within 30 seconds
Fox
of me
News
filming,
live coverage from Minneapolis.
the shots were
Welcome,
fired.
everybody.
And this
Welcome.
person
Come in.
died for what I believe was no reason other than a minor inconvenience and imagined fear.
And what do you make of what you saw? I mean, what do you make of all of it?
It's so disappointing. It makes me incredibly angry. I'm still in a state of disbelief. I can't believe that something like this would happen in my neighborhood.
Has something like this happened before, depending on how long you've been here for?
I've lived in the neighborhood almost 4 years. I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen a person die before.
And, you know, we're working on getting that video for all of our viewers and everything. And, you know, just when you first showed me it, I couldn't believe it myself.
Yeah, the car was moving forward pretty slowly. It seemed to be complying with what the agents wanted of getting out of the road. And then, yeah, I think this guy got scared for a half second about a car that he was not directly in front of. I don't know why. And then he used what I think is unjustifiable force in a very lethal way.
Is there anything that people
and again,
at home
this is a breaking story. No investigations, no charges, just evidence to review.
Know right now for our viewers that are watching as the investigation unfolds?
Like, the shooter was on the opposite side of the car from where it was on the sidewalk, but I didn't see any danger, and I think any narrative about this person ramming the ICE agent, I don't think that's true.
Thank you so much for your time. Definitely appreciate it. And, you know, you just heard from Trevor right there, Amy and Simone. Still a lot of things that we don't know. Trevor has sent us the video, so I will be sending it to the newsroom shortly. But just a long day for a lot of people. Amy, Simone.
And thank you, Leon. And I think, you know, it's important to just point out this is a witness
one
there
account.
at the scene, one account,
Yeah.
and things that we're, you know, in live television like this, as we're approaching people and interviewing them, we're hearing lots of different accounts, and it's not to discount anyone, but also just to understand that, you know, that these aren't, and nothing there had been sort of substantiated. In fact,
You're correct. Nothing has yet been substantiated.
Comments that he made about the doctor, whomever it was, showing up at the scene, that was asked during the press conference, and Mayor Fry was not able to substantiate it. Doesn't mean it didn't happen, but we just want people to know that. Maybe this would be a good time to show
that video,
the video, and let people look.
Yeah, and off of that doctor comment as well, there were multiple, as we get that video up for you, there were multiple people who mentioned the doctor account, saying that there was a doctor who was there who was trying to provide aid. ICE agents pretty much blocked that doctor from doing so. Then I think Corin also talked to someone who said they literally had to carry the body. Again, this is just an account.
Tyler Robinson will be back in court in March.
From, you know, one of the witnesses there.
And we will be covering it here live.
On the scene. Again, as you mentioned, Mayor Fry was asked that question. He did not have an answer for that, but he did respond and say narrative done in self-defense is a garbage narrative. And he said this in response to the Department of Homeland Security, because they did put out a statement, and I just want to read some of that for you. I think that's important to do at this point after we just heard Leon's interview there. So the Department of Homeland Security said today, and I'm just going to read this off my phone here, today ICE officers in Minneapolis were conducting targeted operations when rioters began blocking ICE officers. And one of these violent rioters weaponized her vehicle, attempting to run over our law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them, an act of domestic terrorism.
One could say that the crowd there did not help the situation.
ICE officer, fearing for his life, the lives of his fellow law enforcement, and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training and he saved his own life and that of his fellow officers. And it says the alleged perpetrator was hit and is deceased. The ICE officers who were hurt are expected to make full recoveries.
And Reiner, do we have that video ready to go? Not quite yet. Okay, Ryan's just checking on one thing, and then we're going to just let it play, and we're not going to talk over it. We're just going to let you take that in and watch it on your own. But again, that's the account from Homeland Secretary Tristi Noem, who again was on the ground yesterday. And then we also heard from local law enforcement, including now. I will say that Chief Brian O'Hara of Minneapolis PD did not have as strong as language as the mayor did when it came to sort of saying that this was, you know, not self-defense. He was very, very careful because clearly law enforcement, he needs to be very careful. This investigation is now turned over to the FBI and the BCA here locally to see if any Minnesota state laws were broken, and that is a standard procedure. So a couple of different agencies handling things moving forward as far as the investigation goes. Again, we're queuing up that video for you so that we can show you the video that we have in our newsroom here. We won't show it a lot. You're not going to see it a lot. We want to show it in just very deliberate ways and just let you know that what you're about to see is the entire incident where this woman is shot by a ICE agent. So let's just take a look.
No! No! Shame! Shame! Oh my...
And there you see no graphic detail here. There is no graphic detail here. That is the incident that is being disputed, and it will go to an investigation. A very unfortunate tragedy today in Minneapolis, no matter what way you look at it, whatever choices were made. These are highly trained federal officers who were being blocked in. Their exit was being impeded by some of the citizens and protesters. And then this unfortunate situation did happen.
Okay, so we just want to mention, and that was some of the video. We just want to mention here, we're going to show that to you again, but we want you to focus on the beginning of that video and also focus on the vehicle.
Whatever
it's like
opinion you have, this is obviously, again, a tragedy that no one wants to happen ever.
Reddish vehicle is the Honda Pilot.
Kind of like a maroon-colored Pilot. You're going to see it's going to be kind of in the center of your screen. It's going to be in the center of your screen, and there's a law enforcement truck that comes up. There are 3 law enforcement officers. You're going to see one is going to walk up to the vehicle, and then there is another to the side, but there is a third, and this is the person who fired the shots. And it's hard to see that person. The video goes really, really quickly, and it's from a distance, but there is another agent.
But it does not depict any graphic violence at all.
The one who fired the shots is sort of on the would be the left front driver's side of this vehicle.
They're federal agents, dummy. They're highly trained.
Don't really see that officer until the vehicle drives away. So just make sure you pay. We just wanted to reiterate that part, because if you're joining us for the first time and it's your first time looking at this video, you might be wondering, what am I looking at?
Badges and firearms.
Where should I be focusing on? So again, focus on that maroon colored vehicle, the Honda Pilot, and those 3 officers out there as well. Let's play that again.
No! No! Shame! Shame!
And so you can kind of see right there, and then there's another one running up on the right-hand side. But we're really talking about the officers on the ICE agents on the left-hand side of the vehicle as we're looking at the screen right there. So again, not going to show this a lot today, but really just want to, the best way I think we can do this is to just show you the video, and then people can come to their own conclusions. This is a live picture now.
I'm just playing it.
Of that same scene, just a short distance away, where you can see there are still quite a few people still gathered. Crowds were much larger earlier this morning, but now still hard to say based on that aerial look. Maybe 100 people or so still in that area, and we know that there are some local law enforcement, also state patrol there to help out with crowd control. But things have really been very calm since probably around noon or so, after things had escalated quite a bit.
Yeah, if you had been joining us maybe just a few hours ago, you would have definitely seen some very tense moments taking place there at 34th in Portland. We saw several people in the community picking up snowballs to throw at some of those ICE agents. Those agents also deploying pepper spray and things like that to kind of disperse the crowd there, asking them to leave. So yeah, this is the calm part of the day that we have seen so far. We are awaiting the governor to hold a press conference.
The only reason you would flee or evade law enforcement like that is because you know you're going to be arrested.
2:15. We will, of course, take that to you live. Our Courtney Hoggard has been checking in with the governor's office. He's been keeping a close eye on this. He says that the governor has activated the State Emergency Operations Center, and he is meeting with public safety officials right now. And again, this is right before that press conference begins at about 2:15.
And this is a situation that did not have to happen.
And they do that whenever there's a major incident like this. If you remember over the summer when Melissa and Mark Hortman were murdered, and there was the search for the suspect, Vance Belter.
And regardless of what side you're on, she's a human being. From all the stickers, likely she had a family. We will probably be hearing a lot more about this individual in the coming hours and days.
Same sort of setup. It's just a centralized communication center where everybody can come together.
No other information has been released.
The different law enforcement agencies, first responders, and they have a centralized place where they can deploy and communicate. So it's not necessarily in anticipation of anything, but it just really helps pull all the resources together in one place. It's a system that they've had in place, for since the beginning of time. Really, it's just what they do. But hopefully, again, the messaging tonight and today, this afternoon, from the local officials on the ground is just respond peacefully and not escalate it. In the mayor's words, that's exactly what the Trump administration wants, and that's according to Mayor Fry.
Yeah, we want to check in with our Mike Manzoni. He is on the ground there at the scene. Mike, just before you joined us, we were looking at an aerial view there, and from that perspective, things look to be pretty calm, but of course you're on the ground, you can hear everything. How is it playing out right now at this point here at 2 o'clock?
Well, within the last 10 or 15 minutes, they towed all of the vehicles. It looked like 3 of them involved in that deadly shooting this morning, including that maroon SUV that the person who was shot was driving. They towed those away just a few minutes ago.
No
Several
doubt
law
this
enforcement
will
officers
likely incite more protesting.
seem to leave, especially
And
FBI
I can only
agents.
hope that it's peaceful and that no one else is injured.
Around that time. We're still seeing BCA police out here, as well as State Patrol. Those are the gentlemen behind me in the neon jackets, just kind of watching the crowd. It's a relatively tense atmosphere. A lot of the demonstrators, protesters, whatever you want to call them, are shouting at the law enforcement officers, and they are recording them. For the most part, the law enforcement officers don't seem to really be responding. If someone has a question, they're kind of shouting it out. They're kind of, trying to interact when necessary, if they have if they have any questions that they need answered. I do want to show, you can probably hear the demonstrators at the next block. That's at East 34th Street in Portland, not far from where this shooting happened. That's where kind of most of the demonstrators have been, probably at least a couple hundred or so, just chanting, shouting at the officers, telling them to leave, telling them they don't want ICE here, many of them asking where the shooter is, if the person who shot and killed that woman is in custody. But things within the last 20 minutes or so have started to quiet down. Aside from the demonstrators, they towed those 3 vehicles away that were involved in the shooting this morning. So we will continue to monitor things out here. There is a vigil at 5 o'clock, and it's going to be in that direction, right where you see those people gathered. Of course, we will be there for that.
All right. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that. We've got several crews out there, some of them in that location, as there are still some protesters out there. And we've been talking a lot about the constitutional observer. We haven't really gotten a characterization of who this victim is. As far we know that it was confirmed that she was not the target of any sort of ICE operation. Initially, she wasn't part of that. We know that you could see the vehicle sort of blocking that roadway. And beyond that, there's not much more that we know about her, and why she was there, what she was doing, what was said, when the ICE agent walked up to her vehicle, and you could see that there was some sort of an exchange. He walked up on foot. Not sure what was said there, and then you kind of see her leaving that scene. And again, we just showed you that video, so hate to characterize it too much and let people kind of watch it for themselves.
Yeah, but I think people have the question of, that we all have right now, is who exactly was this woman? Was she one of the observers that we're talking about? We've heard the police chief mention that, she was in her car, she was blocking the street, but that's as far as the information that we know. We know that she's a 37-year-old woman. The chief mentioned that she appeared to be in that vehicle alone. He did mention at the time of this press conference, when it happened, around 12:30 or so earlier, he did say that her spouse did arrive to the hospital. Again, that woman is now deceased. But this is what we have been seeing maybe the last few hours or so. Crowds just like this one, just kind of gathering around watching what is happening. We know that the vehicle was towed away, the vehicle that woman was in. We watched that live. That vehicle was towed away, and so right now it's just a group of people.
And by the way, just from blocking the street, they were going to arrest her just for that.
As Mike Manzoni mentioned, a group of people, I guess giving their sense of protest. So I mentioned the police chief. We heard from him earlier, along with the mayor of Minneapolis. We want to play back that sound. If you weren't able to join us there, from Chief Brian O'Hare, let's take a listen.
So the question was, what can I share about the deceased? There is nothing to indicate that this woman was the target of any law enforcement investigation or activity. This woman was in her car, and it appears then blocking the street. because of the presence of federal law enforcement, which is obviously something that has been happening not just in Minneapolis, but around the country. She appears to be a middle-aged white woman.
Chief, just about a month ago, you said these unplanned and questionable tactics by federal agents would result in someone being killed at a press conference right here. Do you consider today's tactics in line with that, or do you just have a generic response to the fact that somebody is now dead?
The question is that I had previously made several statements about being concerned about the tactics being employed. I am obviously very concerned that I have been told that a woman who was sitting in her car blocking the street and not the target of any enforcement activity is now deceased. However, I do not know, to be clear, I do not know the exact circumstances of the shooting, but I would tell you in any professional law enforcement agency in the country, I think they would tell you it's obviously very concerning whenever there's a shooting into a vehicle of someone who's not armed, but it also is something that is possible. At times it is justified, but it is very concerning, and it's something that most law enforcement agencies in the country train very
we will be going live to a press conference with Governor Tim Walz in just a moment.
Intensely to try and minimize the risk that law enforcement officers get placed into a situation that the need for deadly force would be necessary.
Has there been any indication of that in this case?
I didn't hear the question, I'm sorry.
The governor of Minnesota will be making a statement presently.
Indication of the need to shoot into the vehicle?
The question was any indication about the need. I guess getting back to the justification of this, I have not seen
we'll have that live right here for you in just a minute.
Any information other than,
as you can see, they're setting up the stage for Governor Tim Walz.
If she was alone in the car, I know that I got there shortly after this call came in. I did not see anyone else with her while I was on the scene. However, I've since been told by our officers that have been with her the entire time that a spouse has arrived at the hospital.
So you're just listening to Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara. Interestingly enough, I was sitting at my desk yesterday listening to the chief in his 2025 year of review talk about, how, shooting numbers are down and North Minneapolis is a lot safer in a lot of other precincts and areas. But what was interesting that he mentioned, he was asked yesterday about some of these ICE agents and maybe his fear of what could potentially happen. And I did want to read some of this because he just said this yesterday. So he said, I have been concerned for weeks that because the issue is so emotional, the way some of this stuff has been carried out, the greatest risk to me is that there will be unrest or there will be a tragedy. Somebody could get seriously hurt or killed because of what is happening. And then he said to members of the community who have a constitutional right to observe, record, and object to the conduct of law enforcement, that you do so peacefully in our community. A lot of businesses in the immigrant community are on Lake Street, and he specifically was talking about that particular area. But he said, if you are going to protest, please do so peacefully. But Amy, I just found that interesting that just yesterday that was something that Police Chief Brian O'Hara said, and then we had this happen here today.
Absolutely. And, when we say things like...
I agree. This is a tragedy that did not have to happen.
Please protest peacefully. When he says that, that could mean different things to different people. You could look at that video and say, well, there was this person in a vehicle, presumably unarmed. We don't know for sure. And that seemed peaceful. And then on the other side of the coin, you could say, we don't know for sure. There's somebody we know was blocking the road, and we don't know what was said or anything like that. So there's just a lot of things we don't know. But it's just, it's something they've been trying to sort of get their arms around. And I know
aerial shot, some of the protests have already started about this unfortunate tragedy today. And we're going to be
police chief in
going
Minneapolis
live
and St.
with Governor
Paul.
Tim Walz
It's a difficult
momentarily.
position that they're in right now and have been for several months when these
We will
ICE
be making
operations
a
were first
statement.
announced, because as we've seen in Minneapolis,
You
there
know,
have been
boom.
really distinct hard lines drawn by people like Mayor Jacob Frey saying, you know, this is an ICE-free zone. ICE, you are not welcome here. This should not and will not happen on our streets. In St. Paul, in interviewing the police chief there, he was really the first law enforcement officer that I had talked to who said, you know, he was looking into an infrastructure, some sort of a basic communications infrastructure where ICE agents or the federal agents of some kind would have some communication ahead of time so that they could just be
one truth, just it's the truth.
Aware and sort of get their ducks in a row in case of something going sideways. So it's, you know, there are
It's not proprietary, it just is.
People are in really tough positions right now trying to navigate.
And here you can see some of the protesters going through the streets in Minneapolis protesting this tragedy.
That Police Chief Brian O'Hara had said when this first started a few months back. He said, call 911 if you see something, if you see something that looks, you know, like it's not legal, definitely call 911. They actually have had to put a supervisor on 24/7 in Minneapolis to field all of the calls that have been coming in from the community. And he said they take the calls and then they prioritize the calls by protecting life and safety in the community. But we know we get the tips here constantly in our newsroom as well of people reporting ICE activity, and so it's very pervasive right now, and it's moving very quickly, and there are a lot of unknowns.
Yeah, and we know that this is a police department who is also struggling with staffing still, you know, over the last few years or so. Now, granted, from the year in...
And you can see here an aerial shot of the protests and marches beginning.
Again, you have a hurt police department in that perspective of not having enough in the Twin Cities. We know that 2,000 agents have been deployed to the Twin Cities. They say the largest immigration enforcement operation ever. And so apparently there has been, you know, no communication there is what, according to Police Chief Brian O'Hara, but a lack of communication there, and you have a lot of people in the community responding to that. And as we've been talking to people in the community, you know, they're trying to figure out their way to protest. And I think you bring up an interesting point, Amy, of what is the way to protest, because one person's protest look, you know, may not look like the other person's protest look. So I think that's where we're seeing a lot of gray area, and then we have incidents like this, and then responses like this, and then we go to the same answer of how do we move forward, and the same question, I should say, of how do we move forward and what's next. And in this case in particular, it's just a very interesting case, but because now you have ICE agents involved in what happened, and it looks like that they opened the street back up on Portland.
As you can see here,
okay, so now we can see.
Can we go back to that shot? It looked like they were.
Yeah,
as we're waiting for the 2:15 press conference, let's go back to this, because it looks like for the first time, okay, it looks like they are throwing snowballs as the officers are leaving. So again, I believe it was a state patrol, and we did see some MPD officers who were leaving that scene. Hennepin County telling us that their sheriff's deputies have not been on that scene, but it looks like as officers are leaving the scene,
unrest
having some protesters or bystanders, agitators, throwing some snowballs at them as they leave. We saw this earlier.
We did. Well. Yep, we saw this exact thing earlier, and this was targeted toward ICE agents at that particular time. But now, as you mentioned, this is MPD, BCA was on scene, the sheriff's department as well. And as
a lot of protests and riots.
Street is opening up here, you can see a lot of these protesters.
Hopefully no riots.
These people in the community responding to this, and now we're having an aerial view here of what we have been seeing what we did see earlier, and now it's once again, you can see them throwing some of those snowballs at those vehicles, some of which we can see have just drove off as well.
Yeah. Let's see, I'm just reading through some notes here in real time as we're just going to kind of let you watch some of. I don't know if we have audio, if we're not going to play audio or let audio go here, guys, but no,
Get out
no
of the
audio.
way.
Okay. Yep, just
Okay, let's just all watch this. Watch this together, though. I believe the door is closed now. There was an MPD vehicle with the backseat door open as they were driving, but we're watching this together, guys, and as our photographers are getting situated there, you might see some shaky video. Of course, they're in the middle of all of what's happening right now, but we're looking at the aftermath of what has happened there on 34th in Portland after a woman was killed by an ICE agent. She was inside of her vehicle. There were 3 agents outside of that vehicle. There was some sort of exchange of words done. One of the agents tried to pull in her door handle. She then ended up driving off, and then those shots were fired.
So we're watching, just kind of watching for anybody who, seeing how close they kind of get at this point. Obviously, they're throwing snowballs, and I guess I've never looked up the rule around snowballs. We know about things like spitting or pushing law enforcement, but I guess snowballs would be a new one. I haven't looked into that one. But to see if anybody sort of gets up close to any of these vehicles or impedes their progress to leave that scene.
And that's where things could get really dicey and tricky, especially as we're watching these vehicles, these officers drive away. You have people right behind them. Hopefully they don't get in front of them, because then we can have a different scenario here. But now we're starting to get audio. You can hear some of the people screaming on the ground there. We have been hearing, you know, some of these protesters yell at these officers that have been here the last few hours or so, but for the most part, it was peaceful, at least within the last couple of hours. We did see a lot of chaos, though. That was around, what, 11 o'clock?
In the 11 o'clock hour. Do we have that aerial shot again? You guys, can we go? Oh, okay, then we lose the audio. So the audio we're hearing is from that sort of on-the-ground shot, and then this is just that aerial. But I think if we could just stay on this for a moment, unless there's something happening on our ground shot, we'll just kind of stay on this for a moment and watch.
And it looks like they're holding up a sign as well. I'm not able to see from
flag or a sign of some sort.
This perspective, yeah, but you can see that red sign there. Not sure what it says.
You can hear the whistles. That's again from our ground shot.
Oh, another sign there in black and white. Also, something to mention, we are waiting for a press conference to begin with Governor Tim Walz. He was expected to hold his press conference at 2:15. It's 2:16 now, so of course we're just keeping an eye on it. But we have several things going on right now, so just wanted to walk you through, you know, some of our process right now as we're watching this video and what's taking place going down Portland Avenue.
So we're about 4 hours or so out from the initial call, the initial incident that happened this morning. We still don't know. We still don't have information about what ICE was doing there in that particular spot in that neighborhood this morning.
The statement was that it was a targeted operation, which means they had somebody they were going to get.
Clearly, the White House has sent thousands of agents here to Minneapolis to, they say, arrest those who have deportation orders. And so we know that is happening. We know there's a big surge. In fact, the acting director of ICE just yesterday said it is the largest ICE operation ever, the largest ever. So we knew this was happening. And then it was just after around 10 o'clock this morning when we heard that there may have been some sort of an ICE-related shooting. And then a short time later, confirmation that there was a woman who had died. And we saw the video of the woman in the vehicle. and 37 years old, a white woman. That's pretty much all we know. We don't know much more about her. We know that a spouse arrived at the hospital shortly after she was taken there. So that is all we know at this point. But the governor, again, speaking at 2:15, so any minute, and we may learn a little bit more.
Yeah, the governor will be the third person that we have heard from today. We did hear from Mayor Jacob Frey as well as Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara. Now, it was interesting because Mayor Frey had kind of two sort of messages. He had a message to ICE and then he had a message to the community. And I find this interesting because as we're watching the community kind of respond to this, his message earlier, he told the community to respond to the best version of ourselves. He said that this is something that, in his words, this administration wants to see. They want to see this sort of chaos. We heard the governor say they're doing it for the cameras. So Mayor Frey said, meet hate with love. Those were his words from earlier today, maybe about an hour and a half or so ago. And he mentioned showing unity. Now, we have been watching this video along with you as we're seeing this aerial view right now at 34th and Portland of people walking down this street, holding up signs. We also had some audio from the ground there as well as people just kind of using their voices to voice their concerns at this point after we know a 37-year-old woman was killed by an agent this morning.
Yeah, by the way, welcome all of the new subscribers today. We really appreciate it. Hit that subscribe button, go ahead, hit the like button, and also hit save. That really does help out the channel. We appreciate it. Thank you for being here.
Most of this playing out live, didn't obviously have the
Press
initial
conference from Governor Tim Walz coming up.
incident with the driver being shot, but afterward, just sort of watching everything play out for the last several hours and the escalation that happened in about the 11 o'clock hour. Some of the city leaders who did show up, and we saw video, or actually saw live shots of them talking with law enforcement on that scene very early on, and law enforcement crediting them with really helping to keep that environment as calm as possible. I think that may have gone a long way in this not escalating even further, and some of those city council members stepping forward and saying, they wanted ICE to leave, and the way to do that was just to kind of keep the peace and not escalate things and have more people get hurt or worse. So we've seen a lot. We've seen the story take many turns here today, and then of course there's a lot we don't know. There's so much we don't know. Even seeing the video, there are things we can't see in that video. We see we see the vehicle. A vehicle can be used as a deadly weapon. We don't know the details of the officer who fired the shots. We don't know how close that officer was to the vehicle. The gun, was it drawn already? There are a lot of things that we don't know. So that'll all be investigated by the BCA, and I'm sure there will be more video as well. Looks like our Leon Purvis is on the ground right now. Leon, is there something going on that you can tell us about?
Well, Amy and Simone, the crowd actually just dispersed. Just take a look over my shoulder. There was a crowd here earlier, but police removed the barricades and they drove up the street. Now, there were some protesters who were following police and also throwing snowballs at them and different things as police left. So right now, the intersection is back open. We're at 34th and Portland right now, but there's still people gathered here after police had left. And again, they were following police all the way up the street until they left here. And so we actually captured video of that as well, of people just throwing things at police and still continuing to voice their concerns and why they're out here today. So still, with police leaving now, there's some people who dispersed, so there isn't as many people as here as there were earlier. But we're continuing to monitor the situation here and everything. So, again, that's what we witnessed about in the past 20 minutes or so as we continue to talk to people here on the ground. Amy, Simone?
Leon, sorry, and I'm sorry if I missed it. We're gathering a few things here. Did you say are police still there at all, or have all of them gone away? Because we were looking at an aerial shot and they were driving away, so I just was interested to know if they are still there from what you can see.
Sorry,
we'll cover that later.
Sorry, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
What did you ask me? I'm sorry.
It's okay. As we're trying to just gather a lot here, and as we're looking at this aerial shot here, we had seen a lot of the officers. It looked like they drove away, and their vehicles are no longer there from what we can see at this point from where you are.
And I'm putting
Does it
some of
look
my
like
links on some other platforms. If you can see those in the bottom, if you want to go follow me on some of these other platforms, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
all of the officers are gone at this point?
Yeah. So it looks like police left from this area. I'm just going to take a quick look down the street here. It looks like police have left this area for the most part. And it looks like there's a couple of community crossing guards to help direct traffic, it looks like. But yes, this intersection is reopened back up and people can go in and out around here. We see some cars driving around here. But again, there are still people gathered here at the scene. And a lot of people have been here since like 10. This morning. So it's been a long day for a lot of people, and actually you can hear whistles in the distance. There's been people on these whistles whistling consistently as I hear this noise. That's one distinct noise that has stood out here. But again, Simone and Amy, a lot has happened today here in general as things continue to unfold and as we continue to get more and more details. But clearly the community response has been consistent. It has been on how
Let's get this video over to 300 likes, guys. Come on now.
And they did not give up until police left this area.
All right, thank you, Leon. Yeah, this is the first time that we're seeing this video of the vehicles being let down Portland Avenue.
And you can see some more of the footage right here. Aerial shots.
As Leon mentioned, you could see what he says, crossing guards, the people in the bright yellow vest there. They're kind of just conducting, helping with traffic as, we're in the middle of the afternoon right now. This is a residential area, by the way, guys. There are a lot of homes up and down Portland Avenue there. So you can imagine people maybe trying to get home, leaving their homes. This is the first time that they are able to do so because all of this area was blocked off by that crime tape. So again, you were looking at some aerial shots here as we are watching people walk down the streets. Now that this street is open, people are using that to then walk down the road here as police are now gone, as Leon says, from what he sees from his viewpoint.
Yeah, and this is what part of the crowd that was behind some of those vehicles as they were kind of escorting them out from the back and making sure that the vehicles got out. Some of them throwing snowballs, but now kind of turned into almost a kind of like a march. Yeah, it looks like it's kind of continuing on down the street. We are awaiting, and at any moment, I don't know if we have a shot out there. This is a press conference that we are told we're going to hear from Governor Walz coming up here momentarily. It was supposed to start about 15 minutes ago, so we'll bring that to you as soon as it does. He has activated the State Emergency Operations Center just to make sure that they have a singular clearinghouse. It's just part of the protocol whenever there's something like this happening, to make sure that all the communication is clear and efficient, and so that is happening as well. A little earlier, it was probably about, what time did we come out here? Was it in 2?
12:15.
12:15. It was 12:15 when we heard from Mayor Jacob Frey, who had some very, very fiery words for the Trump administration, for the ICE agents specifically, dropping some expletives, even just very, very fired up and emotional, and said that this was the experience, this was the day that they had dreaded, that they almost expected to happen, given kind of the unpredictability of what's been going on.
And using the words of "get the blank out" of our city. So yeah, he had a message for ICE. He also had a message for the community. He wanted the community.
I'm all ears.
To remain calm, and so we have been seeing how the community has been responding to that. You mentioned Governor Walz as we are awaiting this press conference here. Of course, he has made headlines this week, not running for a third term as governor. So yesterday we did hear from the resource, and they were actually putting on some sessions.
Get this
a video, and you think about where we are in the city we live in,
which is everything,
and someone like George Floyd, and you think about the power of documenting at scenes.
Like if we hadn't seen some of those things, where would things be?
Right. Yeah. And in any case, the video is going to be very powerful. So some information there if you're interested in that as well. Of course, there are law enforcement agents who are involved in this as well. There are ICE agents who are here, and you know, today we've heard from Mayor Fry, who was very, very specific when he said, you know, get the bleep out. And I think important also to point out that, and we've had this pointed out by local law enforcement officers and others, that there are really good law enforcement agents, federally, locally, who are out there doing their job, and they're sent to do a job. They're getting paid to do a job. They're supporting families, and they're doing things right. They're doing things the way that should be done. And then there are others who may not be. And so we want to just try to separate, just as there are protesters who are there with good intentions and others who are there to agitate. And then even if you go with good intentions, human emotion.
We need a new governor in Minnesota.
Comes in on both sides of things.
Look at Tim Walz.
So just, you know, not trying to be preachy, but just trying to really help, you know, just paint a wider picture than just kind of a swath of this group of people is good or bad. This group of people.
I think that's important to do, especially in an incident like this. And I think that's what Police Chief Brian O'Hara is trying to say too, is like, you know, you sometimes have those bad actors, and I think he has been saying this since he has been leading this department. You have these bad actors, and it's interesting because we kind of saw it play out today too. With, you know, he said he hadn't talked to people on a national scale of, you know, some of these agents responding to the Twin Cities, but they are here, and so now he has to figure out how to respond. And we saw, I mean, we watched it live as some of the, you know, had nothing to do with what ICE agents had to do with earlier today. We do have a statement from President Donald Trump, and I believe we can cue it up here. He says that I have just viewed the clip of the event which took place in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It is a horrible thing to watch. The woman screaming was obviously a professional agitator, and the woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer, who seems to have shot her in self-defense. He then went on to say, based on the attached clip, it is hard to believe that he is alive, but is now recovering in the hospital. The situation is being studied in its entirety, but the reason these incidents are happening is because the radical left is threatening, assaulting, and targeting our law enforcement officers and ICE agents on a daily basis.
All right, now we're going to be cutting right to Governor Walz.
So, again.
Good afternoon. Today I'm joined by Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson, Colonel Schaefer of the Minnesota National Guard, and Colonel Bogojevic of the Minnesota State Patrol. This morning we learned that an ICE officer shot and killed someone in Minneapolis. My deepest condolences to the family, to the loved ones who had to learn about this tragic event on national television. We have been warning for weeks that the Trump administration's dangerous, sensationalized operations are a threat to our public safety, that someone was going to get hurt. Just yesterday, I said exactly that. What we're seeing is the consequences of governance designed to generate fear, headlines, and conflict. It's governing by reality TV, and today that recklessness cost someone their life. I've reached out to Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, and I'm waiting to hear back. Let me be clear, Donald Trump and his administration may not care much about Minnesota. That's been pretty evident, but we love this state. We won't let them tear us apart. We'll not turn against each other. The Trump and his Minnesotans, I say this, I feel your anger. I'm angry. They want a show. We can't give it. Trump administration's dangerous, sensationalized operations are a threat to our public safety. That someone was going to get hurt. Just yesterday, I said exactly that. What we're seeing is the consequences of governance designed to generate fear, headlines, and conflict. It's governing by reality TV. And today that recklessness cost someone their life. I've reached out to Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, and I'm waiting to hear back. Let me be clear, Donald Trump and his administration may not care much about Minnesota. That's been pretty evident, but we love this state. We won't let them tear us apart. We'll not turn against each other. To Minnesotans, I say this, I feel your anger. I'm angry. They want a show. We can't give it to them. We cannot. If you protest and express your First Amendment rights, please do so peacefully as you always do. We can't give them what they want. The hearts and minds of the people in this state are on our side.
Come on, Tim.
To Americans, I ask you this, please stand with Minneapolis. To Minnesotans, know that our administration is going to stop at nothing to seek accountability and justice. The State Bureau of Criminal Apprehension are working on the investigation. We have activated the State Emergency Operations Center. State Patrol and Minnesota National Guard leadership is connected with the Minneapolis Police Department, the St. Paul Police Department, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, the DNR, and Minnesota's Homeland Security and Emergency Management. We have activated dozens of members of the State Patrol's mobile response team. And from here on, I have a very simple message. We do not need any further help from the federal government. To Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, you've done enough. There's nothing more important than Minnesotan safety. I've issued a warning order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard. We have soldiers in training and prepared to be deployed if necessary. I remind you, a warning order is a heads up for folks. And these National Guard troops are our National Guard troops. They're teachers in your community, they're business owners, they're construction professionals. They are Minnesotans. Minnesota will not allow our community to be used as a prop in a national political fight. We will not take the bait. We will continue to update you, Minnesota, as we get more information. Now I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Bob Jacobson of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety.
Thank you, Governor.
Let's move over.
As the Governor mentioned, my name is... Thank you, Governor. As the Governor mentioned, my name is Bob Jacobson. It is my honor to serve as the Commissioner of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety. First of all, I want to acknowledge the reason that we are all here. The loss of life is not anything anyone would ever want. We fully expect that the community will want to peacefully demonstrate their anger or frustration. Minnesota residents and visitors have the right to peacefully demonstrate. We recognize that demonstrations are often driven by strong emotions, beliefs, and certainly a desire to be
Make sure you
heard.
hit that like button, guys. Welcome, everybody. Come in, come
is
in.
to help ensure everyone can express themselves without anyone getting hurt. The Minnesota Department of Public Safety's role through the Minnesota State Patrol is to ensure safety, protect constitutional rights, keep roads accessible, and above all, to prevent harm. Is public safety. Our focus is keeping demonstrators, community members, drivers, and law enforcement safe, especially during moments of heightened tension or uncertainty. Demonstrations must remain safe and lawful, particularly around roadways. We will join with our partners to support safety while respecting the right to protest. With that in mind, I'd like to share a few safe and lawful ways to demonstrate. Minnesotans can safely and legally express their views in many ways, including getting together peacefully with others in public spaces.
Thank you, guys. Over
Marching or
300
walking,
likes. We appreciate you.
not on roadways. Making your voice heard through chants, speeches, and displaying signs. Being present in public areas where pedestrians are allowed. Gathering in designated or permitted areas. And these actions will allow people to express themselves while protecting the safety of everyone involved. Unsafe or illegal actions could result in fines or arrests. Certain behaviors create serious hazards that threaten public safety. Disrupt emergency services or put people at risk. These actions
jump over here to some better
could result
audio.
in fines or arrest. Demonstrating on or entering a freeway on foot, walking on highways, throwing objects, starting or setting fires, damaging property or graffiti, using illegal fireworks, displaying or using illegal weapons, reckless or dangerous driving, especially near pedestrians, and certainly assaultive, aggressive, or riotous behavior toward anyone. We all want definitive answers to what happened today. Our Bureau of Criminal Apprehension is working in conjunction with the FBI to investigate this morning's shooting. As you know, we don't comment on active investigations, but also keep in mind that this is an investigation is also in its infancy. So any speculation about what had happened would be just that. And we will not engage in speculation. With that, I will turn it back over to the governor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'd be glad to take any questions.
What do you mean when you say that the National Guard at the ready?
Yeah, and I can let General Schaefer talk about this. It so happens it's a training weekend. We've got about 7,500 troops in training at our sites, training sites across the state. What it is, and in the National Guard, you give a warning order, which is a heads up of something could be coming. That just allows people to think about what they would need, what it would mean to mobilize, what it would mean to put them in. And I could let the General talk a little bit about this. Obviously, since the summer of 2020, we had a lot of work done on teams being ready to make sure that civil unrest, and what that means, and I think Commissioner Jacobson was very clear, and I want Minnesotans to hear this from me. The desire to get out and protest and to speak up to this administration of how wrong this is, that is a patriotic duty at this point in time, but it needs to be done safely. And I think the commissioner simply just laid out some of those parameters. We can do that. This is the peaceful resistance that we need. Simon, you want to say a few things about what that means to have them on the ready?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Governor. So for the military, Minnesota National Guard is comprised of 13,000 soldiers and airmen. We live all across and work throughout Minnesota. A warning order is just an initial step to increase your preparations. The Minnesota Guard is always prepared to respond and support state agencies and the citizens of Minnesota. So what that means for us today is just some additional checks on equipment that is ready at all times, and maybe some additional phone calls to service members who might be activated, but no activations. We are embedded with our state agencies here at the Operations Center to just continue parallel planning in the event that we are needed to support.
Thanks, General. And I would make note, Mary, and to Minnesotans on this about the National Guard, they're there to protect you and protect your constitutional rights. These are our neighbors. They don't wear masks. They don't bust in from somewhere else. They're not here to cause hassles to you or what we saw today, the tragedy. Having them at the ready to make sure, because when we see these types of things happen, and we saw it after the murder of George Floyd, there's folks that want to cause chaos. There's the disruptors in it. And while the vast majority of those protests were peaceful expressions of their First Amendment rights, there were those that destroyed property and put people at risk. The National Guard is there to make sure that peaceful protests are able to be done, and that those that want to do the destruction are stopped from doing that. Yes?
What is your threshold for activating the National Guard? You're saying about large-scale demonstrations, but the demonstrations at these ice raves have been increasing in tension to the point where we saw one shot people today.
Tim looking a little rough.
Yeah, and I think apparently by a federal agent, not by Minnesotans who were there to express their First Amendment rights. I think we've seen this to have folks ready. The gatherings that were down there today, I think this shocked everyone. People showed up as they should. There's people putting flowers down on a memorial. There's people expressing their anger. It's just as these situations develop, we decide when we need to move these people out. And I think the local reporters know well on this, both unfortunately and for us, the upside of this is that we're very good and we've had practice at this. And I just want to, again, implore Minnesotans, I am not telling you not to express your anger or your frustrations or the outrage that we have. Look, this was totally predictable, as I said it yesterday, and it was totally avoidable. And I just want to remind you, too, that local law enforcement, we get no coordination. They don't tell us they're coming. They don't say why they're sending the largest deployment in American history to Minneapolis. They're not making us any safer. We don't have any of that coordination. They should be talking to us when we do these things. Let us know we're going to be down here. This is going to happen. We don't have that. So when you see local law enforcement or state patrol, or if it would take the National Guard, we're there responding to the chaos they've created too. But our role is to make sure that we're protecting Minnesotans so that something like this doesn't happen. I have not. The question was, have I spoken to the individual's family? No, we do not have a definitive ID on this individual. And I'm going to note to all of you, I think it's really important, and the professionals do this, and they train me to do this. This is an open investigation. You need to be very careful about it. I know that many of you, myself included, have seen a very difficult video to watch, one where there's a family member watched their family member be shot and killed in front of them. It's It's beyond me that apparently from the federal government, from the Homeland Security Director herself, has already determined who this person was, what their motive was, and they hadn't even been taken out of the vehicle. We're not living in a normal world. And so, no, I have not. And I want to be very careful because I know how painful this is. I know how painful it is right now. I'm saying person and all that. This is a human being.
The
This very
narrative
well
of
is
opposition.
an individual's child, a parent, and we don't know that yet. So, no, I have not. But once we do, we will. So, yes. Please.
So the governor was mentioning mobilizing more of the state patrol. How many state patrol people are on the ground in Minneapolis right now? And should there have been more state patrol people on the ground a couple of weeks ago when ICE came?
So the question was, how many state patrol troopers have been deployed to the city of Minneapolis?
All of them.
Right now, we don't talk typical numbers because that is considered security information. We do have a specialized team that does deal with crowd control, and so they have been deployed. But again, they are from all over the state of Minnesota, so they will come in tiers to the state.
And they had already been on the ground to some extent before today?
No, it was in response to this event.
One more. Sorry, just to clarify the intention of deploying the National Guard, is there any chance that the National Guard...
Someone ask a daycare question.
I'm sorry. What was it?
The question was, how much money did you make off of the allegedly?
Well, I said this yesterday. We've never been at war with our federal government. I think in this case, the National Guard is their main mission. They have a dual mission. There's the federal mission when they're under Title 10 orders, and then they're under Title 32 orders. And this warning order, there's nothing officially been done yet. If I am to activate them as the Commander-in-Chief of the Minnesota National Guard, I will issue the executive order to the Minnesota National Guard, and then they will be put in state duty status. And as you've seen over the last few years, that could be flood prevention, that could be after a wind-blowing storm up in the north, up in Bemidji, or it could be COVID or George Floyd response. In this case, again, it doesn't necessarily change the mission. They're there to protect Minnesotans. They're there to serve Minnesotans. I think the thing that is so challenging in the moment we're in is we don't see a desire to work with us on public safety. We hear a demonization of our state. We see people coming in who don't know our community, and we see this massive display for the TVs that we're trying to understand how is this coordinated. And some of you watch the videos on there, total chaos. And look, I have very limited work in this is the training in the National Guard, but I've had a lot of training now to watch how our professionals operate. After this person was shot, federal agents milling around, touching the vehicle at a crime scene and things. I don't know what to tell you, and I don't quite know how to respond to the question other than my primary responsibility as governor is the protection of the people of Minnesota. And you can be assured, whether it's the State Patrol or whether it's the National Guard, their deployment is there to protect Minnesotans from whatever it is. If it's an act of nature, if it's a global pandemic, or in this case, if it is a rogue federal agent. I don't know at this time, and I want to be very careful. It's unprecedented that we have the federal government's already determined exactly what's happened here and the motives of an individual that we don't even know the name. They don't know the name, and that's very difficult. So, well, one more, Dana.
She's there. Oh no.
Look, and I understand the uniqueness of this moment in this week, following this week, seeing what's happening in the backdrop of a show.
That like button, guys. I appreciate it.
In D.C., my job is to govern.
Subscribe, share,
my job is
and also hit that save banner.
See what the facts are.
Save this video.
This happened a couple of hours ago, and we're already pitting American against American.
Only part-time.
All of you saw a video in your eyes. We have a chaotic situation caused by the largest deployment in American history of federal agents into a community with no communication to locals. We had a chaotic situation where an individual is in their car, shot and killed. And so, look, I want to be very cautious here because Donald Trump will make this about me. He will make this about politics. This is about public safety, and this is about normalcy. To Americans who are watching this, if you're in Portland or you're in LA or you're in Chicago or you're wherever they're coming next, stand with us. Stand with us against this. This was so preventable, so unnecessary, and I don't know. I hope. Maybe we're at the McCarthy moment. Do you have no decency? Do you have no decency? We have someone dead in their car for no reason whatsoever, and I don't want to be right about this, but I said if they do this, they're going to create a chaotic situation where someone innocent's going to get killed, and they did it. And now we hear more political rhetoric. Enough is enough. And so to Minnesotans, don't take the bait. Do not take the bait. Do not allow them to deploy federal troops into here. Do not allow them to invoke the Insurrection Act. Do not allow them to declare martial law. Do not allow them to lie about the security and the decency of this state. And let's let this investigation play itself out. Let's make sure we protect our neighbors. I encourage you to use your First Amendment rights and all of your constitutional rights, but do so in a peaceful manner. We'll gather back with you as soon as we gather more information that needs to be put out. But again, stay safe, Minnesotans, and we'll be back with you. Thank you, Bob.
All right, we were all just listening to Minnesota Governor Tim Walz responding after the deadly shooting on 34th in Portland in Minneapolis involving ICE agents. He was alongside the National Guard as well as
right here.
The head of the State Patrol. He called this day predictable and avoidable. He said that he has reached out to Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, and he has not heard back yet. Amy, we were hoping that we would get some sort of information about this woman who was killed. We just only know that she was a 37-year-old woman killed at that intersection, but we did not receive any information about that. I think he used the words of he does not have a definitive ID on the individual, which is pretty interesting because we did hear from Police Chief Brian O'Hara earlier today, and he mentioned that a spouse did show up to the hospital after that woman was taken there. So just trying to learn more about what has transpired, but also about this woman who has now passed away.
And also a very cautious tone by the governor. I think, right out of the gate, we heard from Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, who was very, very sort of fiery. I mean, and that's not subjective. I mean, he was using expletives, several, and just, just wanted to make sure that everybody knew exactly how he felt. And we've since kind of seen, that reel in just a little bit here with the tone of Governor Walz, which is a little bit more somber, a little bit more cautious, because there's an active investigation here. There's a lot of politics involved as well, as he pointed out. No party is immune from it. It comes from all sides. We have seen statements coming out of the Trump administration that are, telling sort of one very specific narrative, and then we have another side of it where things are still unclear, and also in Mayor Frey's case, are kind of calling. He said he called it BS, right? The Kristi Noem's characterization. So. It's tricky to sort of separate the wheat from the shaft here and get the politics out of it. It's probably
the wheat from the shaft. What is she talking about? It's the wheat from the chaff.
Possible at this point, and just try to
wheat from the shaft. What is she talking about? What shaft?
Stick with some of the facts. We have shown you the video a couple of different times in context, meaning we want to show it to you in a way that makes sense and not just use it as sort of
I mean, we have seen so much today on the channel. We have seen the Nick Reiner trial. We have seen protesters make fools of themselves in front of that courthouse. Then we go over to Minnesota. We covered live this tragic incident that did not need to happen, but it will be investigated. I want to thank everybody for coming out and joining me today. I am likely going to be back on later to continue to cover this story. We are going to stay on this, and we will be coming back a little bit later today. Make sure you hit the notifications, like, subscribe, and share. Thank you, mods. Make sure you leave a comment. I want to hear from all of you. All right? If I didn't read something out, mention it down in the comments, because I will be in the comments today responding to some of those. So like, subscribe, and share. Make sure you hit that save. I thank you all for joining me today. And this has been quite a morning. We have been on for almost 5 hours. We're going to take a little break here, and we will be back later. I thank you so much for joining me. And I will see you on the next one. Thank you very much.